Yeah, you know what time it is. No scripts, no filters, no fear. We said what we said and meant that. Off the record. Off the record. Yeah, we keep it real. No filter shit, we say what we feel. Politics, stories, truth on display. Come on. We talk that talk in our own way. Off the record. Minion the God, let's go. Foxy 2 Roxy 3, she go hard.
I swear on everything, that is exactly what he said right here in the studio.
That is the funniest thing I have heard all week.
So hard. Busy with the facts, she never miss. Nah. I said what I said, that's the twist. Off the record, yeah. Come and catch the vibe. Where real ones talk and the truth survive. Late night truth, we don't just speak. Nah. We pull the roots from what they keep. From pain to progress, we light the flame. No spin, no script, we call it by name. Minion bring the vision, Foxy bring the flame. Lizzie drop a cease, it'll never be the same. Never. I said what I said, say it loud, no shame. We take the truth global, remember the name. No apologies, no disguise. Just soul and purpose in our eyes. We move with power, bold and free. Say it loud, you gon' feel this energy. This the realest show you ever saw. Off the record. We said what we said. Off the record. Yeah. Yeah. We said what we said. Off the record.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? It is Off the Record with your boy Minion with opinion and my illustrious co-host. I said what I said. What's going on? I said what I said.
Oh, look, you done made me smile saying illustrious co-host.
Look, yeah, you are.
Yeah. You trying to make me feel good tonight, Minion, or what?
Hey, I'm just speaking facts.
Okay.
Truth to power tonight, y'all.
Okay.
We're gonna be talking, and you know what? Oh, as we were going through the intro, I got a little annoyed, so y'all forgive me. I might have to go to Burger King and raise some hell when I get off this live. Ain't that sad? Just like a black person.
Mm-hmm.
They left I don't have my sweet and sour sauce, so
just let it go. Just let it go.
I don't have my sweet and sour sauce, and I gotta go raise hell.
Listen, go look in the drawer. You ain't got no condiment drawer.
Nah. I use my condiments. I don't save them. No, but I hope everybody's doing better than I am. And on this Sunday afternoon, I hope y'all ready to talk about a lot of crazy stuff that's going on in America.
Right.
I know, Susie.
What Susie say?
Look, 7:30. Hey, look, this is a black channel, so you got to take those times.
Susie, he gave y'all the excuse. He gave y'all the excuse just a second ago. You know, we had to discuss why he didn't have his sweet and sour sauce. You know, I had to hear that before we got on live. Yeah, you know.
So yeah, we apologize.
Yeah, we apologize for that little tangent. But he sounds like he's okay now, so it's all good. I hope you guys had a great Sunday. Happy Sunday to you. Thank you for joining us. If you haven't already, please hit the like button and subscribe to the channels if you haven't done so yet. And today's show is kind of I don't know. I'm gonna try to keep my composure on today's show. But I'm very upset with what's going on in America today on how they trying to erase us and our votes as if really our voices all together.
Yeah, we were actually just talking earlier today that I don't think that a lot of the black people, just the general black people who don't engage in the politics and,
Hmm.
news and stuff like that, really understand the gravity or the weight of this moment that we're in, where we have our people, African American people, leaders, uh, who couldn't vote, who had to go to these protests and endure being beaten,
Hmm.
maced. These people really put in a lot of blood, time, and energy to try to get all of us the rights that we have right now to be able to vote and to see all of that progress that has been made completely wiped out by a few people that aren't
Hmm.
of the same skin color, and they can, just completely erase what these people have died, bled, did time for.
Well, they don't want to let Jim Crow go. That's what that is.
Th- The thing about it is that while they may have their own ulterior motives, I think it's important that black people understand that sitting this one out isn't an option at this
Mm-mm.
point.
No, it's not.
Staying in the house because you don't want to go out because you're like, this is y'all's turn. No, no,
Mm-mm.
your turn is up now. They they're they are still on the brown people, but it's so easy for them to erase us. They didn't need to put us as the priority. All they had to do was pass a bill.
Hmm.
So yeah, no more sitting around, guys. Black people, y'all have to. It's time to get up and do something. And we'll talk about it throughout the show. But I think that one of the issues that we have is a lot of black people really don't understand the weight and the gravity of this moment, and that it is time for them to actually take a stand.
And it's a lot of people they understand, but they still just going by their day to day as if, like you said, it's not going to affect them and
Mm.
it's not their issue and it's not their problem, but it is. Okay, it's our problem, it's our issue, and we're gonna have to fix it. And we're gonna have to do it as a community, of one. And we're gonna have to stop paying so much attention about the BS that go on online and
Mhm.
really start paying attention to the facts and pay attention to what they're trying to do with us and how they're trying to silence our voice and make us really irrelevant.
This is who they, the Republican Party, is propping up as their leader. Someone who frauds and scams the American public on a daily basis, who puts America last, who has told us out of his own mouth he could give a rat's ass about any American's financial situations. Right now, this man is the reason why black people have lost their voting power. And so if we're going to let an orange blob, I mean, if we're going to lose our voting rights, I I don't think it should be for this person because he wanted it to happen. Obviously it's not just because he wanted it to happen. This is also probably something that a lot of people on the right, or maybe if you're uh, of the Caucasian or white nationality, I don't know. Maybe that's just how you feel that black people shouldn't have the ability to vote. Um, but I don't think that we're gonna allow this at the him being the leader of this pack to be the people who actually remove our voting rights, guys. We got to do better than this. We got to come together. Um, so I think what we should maybe listen to. Do you want to do some shout outs before we get into the show?
Yeah, yeah, let's do some shout outs. before we get into all this controversy. Hey, Susie Mills, happy Sunday. Thank you for being here. Welcome to the show.
What's up, Susie?
And we got Who Dat in the chat.
What's up, who that?
Happy Sunday, sis. Thank you for joining us. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We also have better black woman.
Okay, what's up? It's always good to be a better black woman,
Okay. I like that name
a
too.
better person in general.
Yeah, welcome, 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 and thank you for joining us today. Hello to you, Leo lady. You said yes, it's time to make our move. Yes, ma'am, it is. Our vacation is over with at this point. And then we have Dr. Marilyn Sturdivant. She said, did anyone join the emergency call with hashtag win with black women? Vice President Harris talked about strategies. Okay,
Oh, well, we didn't even know there was a call.
strategies. Yeah, I didn't know. I didn't know she had a call either.
Yeah, so maybe black people need to do better with promoting, these type of events so that other black people can be present at those.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're gonna have to all do our part, and everybody won't do the same thing. So whatever you can contribute, then that's what you do. Because we have all type of you know people in our community that have all different type of backgrounds, and a lot of them have a lot of specialties that they do as far as working with working through with elections, or even if you never worked on an election before, you can still learn how to do it, because all it is just answering the phone, taking calls, answering the phone. And sometimes you answer the phone, or sometimes you dial out and you just call different voters, and you ask them if they're going to vote. And sometimes they ask you, can you vote for their candidate or what have you. So it's several different ways that you can contribute.
hmm And you know what? I think that that's something that I know that we have a platform, online, but I think that I do want to start seeing if maybe knocking on doors in black neighborhoods and just kind of making sure that they are aware of what's going on with everyday politics and what's going on with their voting power uh, today, and just trying to get people,
Or the lack thereof.
or the lack thereof, right? We may have to start pushing for picking people up and taking them to the
Yeah.
voting.
Hey, I'll
Those are
do
the
it.
things that we have to do to make sure that, in this moment, our voices are not, you know, diminished or whatever you want to call it.
Well,
Uh,
I'm excited and optimistic about the future. I'm not gonna let this get me down, because it looked like they've unleashed a lot of anger in people. And so, we had a group of people that marched on the what is it called? Petty. What's the name of the bridge in Selma?
oh,
The
yeah, I know which one you're talking about.
it begins with a P. Pediment Bridge or something like that. But yeah, we had those. We had a group of people that done already started, and already start marching.
Yeah, the Pettis Bridge, Edmund
Pettis.
Pettis.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. So yeah, people are, and I didn't know there were a lot of protests going on this weekend as well. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm about to start looking into that stuff. But it looks like Friday there were a group of people. I mean, and this may not have been for the Voting Rights Act, but there were a group of people who were boycotting, like going to work. And the schools, a lot of schools were actually off on Friday just
Mm-hmm.
to be able to do protests
Yeah, it could have been about Tennessee though, because Tennessee
for
tried
the
to wipe
school
out.
funding.
Oh, it's for the school funding. What state though? Did it say which state?
I don't
You don't
remember.
recall.
I don't recall.
But yeah, it was several different protests going on this weekend, because I know they were protesting in Tennessee also, because they was trying to erase the vote. I know Louisiana was getting riled up, And so people are already start taking, taking heed, and they're already waking up. But we need everybody to wake up, not just a few of us. It's going to take all of us. Our ancestors, like he said, they didn't get sprayed down with no water hoses and get taken out. Some of them got hung, some of them was unalived.
Lynched.
Dogs sicked on them, and beat, put in jail. Just the most horrific and disgusting things, all because we just wanted a voice at the table and we wanted a vote, and we got the vote, and then we got lazy and stopped working, and now it's not all of our fault, but it looked like if we want to keep our rights, we're going to have to keep the fight up, unfortunately.
Well, let's talk about this guy from Louisiana whose speech went viral because obviously he was speaking some truth.
Hmm.
And he did it in such a moving way. So we're gonna look at his listen to his speech, and then we can talk about it.
Mind that the map's gonna pass. If y'all can give us less than 0 seats, you would do it. Y'all do this under the orders of somebody that said the Civil Rights Act was harmful to white people, that it caused reverse racism. RFK said that black children are overfilled on antidepressants and that they need to be reparented on different forms, all of them. Pete Hegseth constantly brings Doug Wilson to the Pentagon to give a prayer service. Doug Wilson is the same pastor that said that slave owners were on strong spiritual ground. I don't have no belief in no morality on anybody that followed Donald Trump. If you wasn't with this map, you wouldn't be underneath this president. You wouldn't be in your party. You would stand up, you would stand against it, you would speak out about it. So as far as I'm concerned, if you here as one of these Trump Republicans, you already showed us who you are. You showed us what you want to do. And I believe the country as a whole is rebuking your party. Y'all are in a death spiral. That's why y'all have to redistrict. That's why y'all have to cheat. That's why Trump got to go to Texas and say he entitled to 5 more seats. It's because y'all know what y'all doing is abhorrent. We letting our people die in Iran based on false pretense that Tulsi Gabbard and Joe Kent say it ain't real. Y'all okay with all that. So I'm positive y'all gonna be okay with the maps. But the beautiful thing is, the children that y'all have made and the people that's younger than y'all don't support none of this racism that y'all want. The MAGA party is the last breath of the Confederacy. And I'll be happy to see millennials and Gen Z bury y'all. There will be no more of your party. The midterms gonna come, y'all gonna get wiped out. Trump gonna get dragged out of the White House, and I'ma love every second of it. Because y'all loved every second of the suffering that he caused to everybody in this country. And worldwide, we starve in Cuba. We bomb Nigeria. We holding Zimbabwe and Zambia hostage for their minerals. We don't want to give them aid support. The pro-lifers that say all life is special, y'all letting kids die of AIDS. What part of your Bible say that? Point out the scripture. I think everybody would love to see it. And we would love to see y'all in the midterms.
So yeah, that speech, got him a little viral clout.
Right.
Rightfully so. I think it's deserved, but yeah, I think the rhetoric, y'all are in y'all death spiral. Y'all are the last remaining breath of the Confederacy. I think those were the statements that really did it for the people, because people are tired of playing nice. People
Right.
are tired of being polite. People are tired. You know what I'm saying? Like, they want you to really eat them with your words. Like, you have to bury these people with your words for the people who are going to be voting to take you serious. Otherwise, we
Exactly.
feel like you're just complicit with them.
Hmm. Yeah, you're gonna have to speak up.
What's your point of being polite?
All right, because they not being polite, and you're gonna have to speak up. And I'm talking to all other races other than color, because once they finish trying to take our rights, y'all know who's gonna be next. It'll be all women next, in my opinion, and they already doing some of that. So it seems like they just want white males in charge and with all the power and all the brains, and
Well,
they want an all white confederacy, I guess. That's in power.
I will say this: Trump, he did remove 3 people out of his administration since this new administration has been in power. Do we know the races of those people? I mean, the genders.
Um, I know two of them was females.
Oh, and there was a third one. And guess what gender that person is?
I don't know.
A female.
A female? Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah. So he'll let them work for them. He'll suck them dry and make them humiliate themselves
Mm-hmm.
to try to, please him. But then he'll still get rid of them because women mean nothing to him and to this
Right.
party. They have no respect for them.
Mm-mm.
You guys, if you're a woman and you're a part of the Republican Party, you should be in the kitchen getting dinner ready and making sure that the house is clean. That's your job in the
Mm-hmm.
Republican Party.
Right.
Uh, Also, the other thing about this is that do we really think that these people's offspring don't really harbor the same hatred and white supremacy ideology? Because it seems like a lot of the younger people are carrying the torch
Some
for.
are. Some are carrying the torch. Not all of them, but some of them are. Especially the ones who don't attend college. And because, see, when you go to college, and especially if you go to college in a different state than where you were born, or even in a different city from where you're located, when you get out of when you get out your little comfort zone, you have to meet people from all around. You don't just get to see the people that's in your neighborhood or in your town. And
Right, you
so
don't get to be in your little bubble
you
anymore.
don't get to be in your little bubble when you go to college because they teach you all history in college. Okay. And so and you integrate with a lot of different people because all kind of people
You
go to
make
college.
relationships and
There you go. And then in college they make you work in teams. So you start working with them all together also. So it's kind of difficult to further your education and to stay racist unless you're gonna, just go to all, school that has the predominant race that you're looking for. And they have those type of colleges also. But I just don't feel like the younger generation. Um, I don't. I feel like this guy is right. They're not going for what we're, for what they're trying to do. I'm not saying that they may want to, be in our neighborhoods or be around us or whatever, however that looks. But I just know the younger generation, they don't see color like everybody, like the older generation see color. They just see, fellow colleagues,
people. Yeah,
classmates. They see people.
exactly.
They don't see color. And so in
Because you
so
don't
many
have time to be racist. You have time.
no,
You have time to do your work, study, get your shit done. Take care of your household, go
right.
to sleep, and get back up and do it again. We're all technically, I feel like we are all enslaved to this idea of the American dream and having to go to work, pay
Hmm.
taxes. When you purchase your house, you're still paying to even own the damn house.
Hmm.
It's all enslavement on all sides. It's not a race thing, but the race thing is just a entertainment aspect for the rich and the elite in
There you
my
go.
book.
Yeah, and the way that they're making things, the way that they're making the economy, everybody's going to be in the same bucket anyway. It's not no I have more than you no more.
Right.
And that's what they're trying to make it. They're trying to make it
The
very
haves
rich
and the
and
have not.
powerful. Yeah, the haves and the have-nots. Either you extra rich and powerful, or you're everybody else on the same footprint. You
Yeah, because
poor.
I mean, at the end of the day, if they wipe out black people from America. Let's just say that they are able to wipe all black people out of America.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say they're able to take away all the Hispanics, all the Latinos, everybody is brown,
Mm-hmm.
and we have a full white America. And let's say there's still poor people and we still have capitalism. What do you think that who are going to be the targets after that? Whose money is going to be given to the rich after all the other races are gone? It's
Right.
still going to be you poor white people getting sucked dry from a capitalist billionaire class, elite class that gives no cares about you. The problem is still going to exist. The only thing is now you have other races that are here with you that can distract you with with your hate. You can say, okay, well, I don't even have to focus on the fact that I'm becoming poorer and poorer by the day. I can just
Mm-hmm.
focus on being hateful and going against, you know, other people
A Democrat or people of
or a
color.
Republican, right?
Yeah.
Right. It's insanity, and we're so stupid and blind to it. It's happening right in front of our face. The president tells you he doesn't give a damn about you, yet you still are willing to serve him and do and go along with whatever he tells you you need to endure and go along with.
Exactly.
So
Yeah. I was. He don't surprise me on much. But when he said that, I was like, he left my mouth open, and I'm like, wow, I can't believe he said that. Now he say a lot of crap. Okay, you get on here and he spew a bunch of lies and BS all day, shucking and jive, and he does that all day long. But when he said, "Oh, I don't think about the American public. I don't even care about them," I was totally shocked when he made that
yeah,
when he did that interview.
yeah, and then how do you even spin it? They still tried to spin it, but then he doubled down on saying that, like that was exactly what
Yeah.
needed to be said because the only thing that matters is Iran not having a nuclear weapon. Well, the truth of the matter, sir, is that they didn't have a nuclear weapon. The truth of the
Hmm.
matter is that it wasn't even imminent for them to even acquire a nuclear weapon. The truth of the matter is that they didn't start enriching themselves until you ripped up the deal that was already in place that had been negotiated with multiple countries, unprecedented collaboration between these different countries to come to this deal that you just, in a whim, ripped up. What did you expect?
And
Now, the straight, like at
right.
some point, you have to say, maybe my maybe my plans weren't really that good, and
Oh, he'll
maybe.
never say that. Oh, you got him mixed up, baby. He ain't gonna never say nothing like he don't admit to no wrong, and he don't admit to nothing that's his fault. He'll blame somebody else and say JD Vance told him to do it. He's gonna blame somebody else when it's all said and done, or he'll flip flop and make up a lie and say that he didn't mean it this way, or he's gonna spin it some type of way. He's trying to. I'm sure he's trying to figure out what he's gonna tell us at the end of this, because when it's all said and done, it's gonna be in a worse shape than it was before he started messing with it, because the Strait of Hormuz was Iran wasn't really policing it like they're doing now.
Right, it was open.
Okay, it was
No,
open. Everybody
no
was doing their
restriction.
thing. No restriction. Obama had a whole plan for them not to build a nuclear weapon,
That they
and
agreed to
that they
not
agreed
build
to, and
a
was
nuclear
complying, and was
weapon.
complying, because we was checking on them every year. We was checking, and so, and that's what this dude does. He invents a problem, then he come in and act like he's the savior, and he's gonna solve the problem so that you can give him credit for something that he tore up. And that's just the crazy. And MAGA's just eating that up. I don't understand that. How they can't see that this dude is just tearing stuff up, and some things he's tearing apart. He can't put back together, like this Iran war. It's going way longer than he wanted to, and I think he's ran out of ideas on how to handle it. I don't think he really know how to handle this war. So
Well, I
he's
will
trying to get
also
out.
say it probably was a good distraction from the Trump Sting files for a moment.
Mm-hmm.
But just think, these people are trying to align President Trump with Jesus Christ himself in the second coming. They're trying
Mm-hmm.
to make it seem like everything that he says and everything that he thinks is from God himself or
Mm-hmm.
something like that along those. He is the only president in history. First off, this is the biggest case of child trafficking and abuse in American history that has been, I guess, that they've
Since it's been
released.
since they've been recording
Right, right.
it.
That's been reported on.
Right.
Because, we don't know what happens behind but what's been reported on, this is the most highest profile case for the human trafficking aspect. And the current standing president, along with his wife, we see her right here, are the only two presidents and first ladies that will ever be caught with this man
Right.
in this capacity at a party.
And all kind of emails and pictures and write notes to him because a lot of people went to his island, but everybody wasn't keeping in contact with him like Trump was keeping in contact with him. It looked like he had a personal, allegedly, it looked like he had a personal relationship with him. He claimed that he don't know him, but that's not what these emails say, and that's not what these pictures say.
So why would you think that the one man and his wife who have been with this man, this sexual predator, and his accomplice on multiple occasions on their jet, privately, had private conversations and all types of stuff. Why would you align him with a figure of Christ? What in your mind tells you that that is okay? Unless you really don't believe in the Bible, you just trying to make some shit up to make you feel comfortable in your disgusting evilness. Maybe that's what you're doing, but there's no way that this man, who has self-admitted to not to knowing that he's not going to heaven, and again, y'all keep trying to make this man somebody that he's not, but he tells y'all, look at this.
To what extent are Americans' financial situations motivating you to make a deal?
Not even a little bit, weapon. I don't think about Americans' financial situation. I don't think about anybody. I think about one thing.
See, I don't think about anybody. And he's not thinking about Iran either. He's just thinking about his pocketbook. That's what he thinking
Yeah, it was a
about.
distraction for him to get away from the Trump Sting files.
Mm-hmm.
Because really, what are we getting out of Iran? Let's just be very clear. Let's just really call a thing a thing. What in the hell can we get out of Iran other than what we started out with?
Exactly.
He can't do no better than what Obama did. In fact, it's probably going to be worse.
It's gonna be worse. It's gonna be less, and it's gonna be worse. Watch and see.
So
If he don't give them the same deal, and I don't think they're gonna even accept the same deal.
exactly, because why? They probably are going to look at the deal as if it's don't even mean shit anymore.
Yeah,
Because they
and they
had a
don't.
deal.
They had a deal. A deal is a deal, and that's one thing he don't understand. He think everybody want to flip flop like he does, but that's not how the normal average country. That's not how they operate. That's not how a normal average person operate. Most people make a decision and they stick to it. Sometimes you may have to veer off or change or make an adjustment, but
Right.
every decision that you make, just I'm just talking about your normal average everyday person. You make a choice. You say I'm gonna find me a job, and or I'm going to work tomorrow. So when tomorrow comes, what do? You do what you said you was gonna do. You go to work. You go look for a job. You don't flip flop and, oh well, I didn't say that. I don't need no job. Just he's such a con man. and he lies so much. Everything that comes out of his mouth is just a total lie. There's nothing that he says that you can believe.
And
And
says it
and
so effortlessly.
I feel like we're in a damn game show. It feels like we're in a on a TV show for real. Like nothing is real. Down is up.
Yep.
Uh, left is right, and right is left. You
Because I
know
could have swore he said that the American people didn't have to pay a dime for the ballroom.
exactly. And now it's up to what, 1.2 billion dollars. It
So
started out at 300 million. Now it's up to a billion, and we're gonna pay for it.
exactly.
So uh,
Exactly. So everything that comes out of this, no more wars. Y'all remember that? I'm sure
yeah,
he ran this campaign,
and he bringing down all the prices. Meanwhile,
lowering all prices.
all the prices don't went up at least 28 to 30% within the last couple of months. Gas has risen up to 28% in 1 month, or in 2 months flat. That's how long this war been going, for 2 months. But he said he's not concerned because he think in his mind, if he stopped the war today, gas gonna automatically go down tomorrow, and that's what he's trying to sell to the American public.
Well, he doesn't believe that. I think he just wants the American public to believe that because we all know
Right.
that it's already been reported that this is not going to be something that can just be cleared overnight once he stops the war. It's something that people is going to take time. People have
It's not. Let me explain something to you. Do you remember the Iraq War
mm-hmm.
when George Bush was in office? Prior to that war, I don't know. Were you driving at that time?
I think in Iraq war I was probably in high school, college.
In
I
high
don't.
school? Okay. Well, those that were driving before Iraq War, do you guys remember when gas was less than $2? It was $1.80, a dollar
I
77,
remember those
a
prices. I
dollar
remember there
seventy
was a
six. Because Clinton left us in a great position when George Bush came in office.
mm-hmm.
Clinton had left him a great economy, and everything was going fine until we had 9/11. And once he started that war with 9/11, what did gas go up to? It went up to $3 and some change, did it not? And
Mm-hmm.
has it come back down to the $1.86 or 77?
No, sure
No,
hasn't.
it's not coming back.
Will
Okay.
never come back.
See, that's one thing about these prices and these precedents. When it seems like no matter what happens, for whatever reason, whether it's a pandemic or a war, whatever the price is set during that
Go up
war or
to
pandemic, hmm,
whatever they go up to during that.
whatever the price go up to, that's where it stays.
Mm-hmm.
You used to purchase a home when George Bush was in office just in 2006, a two-story home for at least $150,000 in the South. That same home now in the South costs you $250,000, if not $350,000
Yep. You're
in this
absolutely
short
right.
in this short period of time since
Yep.
Obama left office and George Bush left office. Housing, cars, uh,
But you
interest
know what
rates,
hasn't increased?
your wages.
Wages.
Wages haven't moved an inch in 20 years, but
Mm-hmm.
everything else is going up. And so I said all of that to say this: the prices ain't coming back down. Okay, let me just you know I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but whatever they set the standard, whatever they set the standard at, and whenever it stopped, that's where it's gonna stay. Now, some people are paying, like in California. I know their gas is around $7, $6 and $7. In Vegas, it's probably around $6 or $7, and some of your bigger states and bigger cities, the gas is a little bit higher. So it may not stay there. They may take it down maybe 50 cents. I guarantee you it probably won't go down no more than 50 cents if it go down.
Well, if it goes down, that's good. But if you're in the market for a new vehicle, Trump has just raised the tariffs for foreign imported cars. So you're gonna have to spend more money on your vehicle. Either way, it's like, wherever he tries to give you a little savings, he always uh
Mess
offsets
up.
those savings with
Mhm.
higher prices somewhere else. Um, he's just he's a
He's a
con man
con man.
all around.
Straight up, it ain't no bad. No, he's a damn fraud and con man. Is
He's
basically what he is.
It's exactly what he is in every sense of the word. His face literally should be by the word in the definition, because he has probably got to be the most prolific, the best con man in history,
In American history,
in American history.
and could be history all over the world. As far as I'm concerned, hell.
He can tell you a lie I mean, without batting eye. It's just so natural for him to lie. Everything that comes out of his mouth is a lie, pretty much. And when he tries to say stuff about other people, he's just projecting. If he calls someone else corrupt, he's really telling you guys about himself.
Hmm. Basically, it's projection.
Um, the fact that he would even feel comfortable using fraud and corrupt and those type of words is he's a
Right.
sociopath. All right, so that's one thing. And this con man in office, this orange goop of gob, has actually got so many people on board with him. Just inciting more hatred around the nation. He's gotten so many people on board with him that they have decided to actively go out and do things that could potentially put them in harm's way and ruin their lives forever. And I mean, we see what happened with Charlie Kirk, right? There's no coming
Right.
back from that.
Yeah. Ain't no Rudy Giuliani too.
Rudy Giuliani. And in the latest case, we have some crazy really a nobody, but who's become viral over being so hateful that instead of going out and getting a real job and becoming a contributing member to the society, he decided that he was going to go out and start hurling racist comments out to everybody who is black, and he thought that that was going to be his claim to fame. But
Well,
again,
I think he was trying to be an entrepreneur and invent a job.
oh, maybe. I mean, but the rage baiting, racist, uh, uh, that category is already saturated with a lot of them already. They're just not stupid enough to actually go out and do the stuff that he was doing and live record themselves doing it. Um, but
and
this was
and to be seen, because you're absolutely right. Like you said, when we were having a conversation, the KKK and the Proud Boys and whatever hate group that you want to name, they all want to stay under the radar. They don't want
Mhm.
you to know who they are. There's a reason why they put those hoods over their heads. They don't want you to know. They don't want you to see their face because
Right,
they want to smile in your face
exactly,
and then backstab you. In at night. And
exactly.
okay,
And
and
in the bills that they write, and
right,
those are the things that they do
right,
versus
and broad daylight.
in broad daylight.
Right. And so they don't want all this notoriety that this dude is getting given. Even gangsters, Frank Lucas on on American Gangster, he told his brothers, don't be the loudest one in the room. You can't
Right.
be the loudest one in the room. Hey, allegedly, thank you for joining us. Hey, Vaughn, thank you for joining us. Happy
Hey,
Sunday to you,
ladies.
ladies. And it was somebody else that came in. I think they said they were gone though. But yeah, happy Sunday, ladies, and thank y'all for joining us. But yeah, and most most people that do things, they don't do it all out in the open like he was doing, and I think that's what kind of was making everybody mad. It's because
Hmm.
he think he can just walk around and antagonize people and not pay any consequences. He want to play stupid games, so now he's getting his stupid prizes.
And if you guys don't know, the stupid prize, the stupid game, or the stupid person that we're talking about, well, we're talking about Chud the Builder, who is some type of, I guess, racist, right wing, uh, s- I don't know what you call them, representative or ambassador for MAGA, and he's basically going around calling black people the hard R, N word, and he got some clout off of it. So I guess he thought that that was going to be his claim to fame. Well, he recently had an incident outside of a courtroom where he actually shot a black guy who decided that, he was going to go ahead and defend himself. He wasn't going to let you disrespect him. And so that black guy obviously started maybe punching him or something like that. I don't know how the story unfolded, to be honest. So
Well, I heard Chud went up to the black guy. So,
he
and the black
started
guy,
it. He
yeah, he
started the
told him,
conversation. Of course, he
right.
poked the bear, and he antagonized, and he break. They say that he actually brandished his gun,
Mm-hmm.
as if what's up. So obviously he was the aggressor. Um, Allegedly, and to me obviously, the aggressor in this scenario. He didn't like the fact that the black guy was willing to go ahead and take him on head on. Like,
Mm-hmm.
why can't y'all just do a regular duel? You wasn't getting jumped, just have a regular fight. But I guess he couldn't do that. He had
Well,
to get his
that's
gun.
what that's what he loved to do though. When he would walk around and antagonize people, he let them know that he was packing and that he had mace with him. So, in
But to
my
me,
opinion,
you trying to be this manly man. I
right.
get it. I get it if you have a gun and mace in case somebody try to jump you, or somebody else comes out with a shovel and start running after you or something like that.
Mhm.
Because you put yourself in that type of situation to where that could potentially happen to you. But if it's just one guy coming against you physically, then you should be able to, as the white MAGA right wing, dominant man that you are portraying yourself to be, you
Mhm.
should be able to take on one black N word that you say is chimping out. You should be able to take him on physically. It shouldn't be anything to you. Shouldn't be a big deal.
And he's 6 feet too. He's 6'2". So you probably taller than most of these people that you antagonizing. So
But
you should be able to defend yourself without any type of weapon
absolutely, even if it is a
chemical.
group of people.
Right. Because
But
that's how you walking around like you can, you
yeah,
know. And
yeah.
so you just tried the wrong person and basically, shot yourself in the foot, literally.
Literally, well, in the arm for the literal, because he literally shot himself. So
Right.
let's watch this lawyer. I don't know what stance this lawyer has, or what side of the political aisle this man lives on or is partisan to, but I will say that he's probably the best person to give us an analysis of what could potentially happen to Chud the Builder now that he has been um,
Arrested.
arrested. Yeah.
But he is innocent until proven guilty. So I just want to make sure I throw that out there.
Out in my mind.
Oh, wrong one.
So let's jump right into it. In case you guys don't know, this is Dalton Levi Etherly, aka Chud the Builder. Now, I put him in the nuisance streamer category because his primary type of content is rage baiting people, essentially going out there for innocent bystanders, people on the street, people that are minding their own business, trying to say offensive things to them to get them to, well, be enraged and react back, film that, and farm that for content, clout, and money. And this is something that we see as a very, very common pattern with other streamers like Johnny Somali. He just happens to be in the US and happens to be, once again, cloaking this under the common veil of freedom of speech. But just like with Johnny Somali, sometimes the most heinous thing they do or the worst thing they do isn't actually the thing that ends up getting them in trouble. While everyone knows Dalton for dropping the N-bomb on people, in this case, what he's been charged with are multiple criminal charges in several counties, some of which have absolutely nothing to do with the language that he actually spoke. There's no possible argument for free speech, such as this video here, which we're going to look at, where he has an encounter in a restaurant, and we'll see how he deals with that restaurant.
But yeah, still here we are.
You're not filming,
Filming? We're live streaming.
I would prefer you not live streaming.
So they're in an upscale restaurant in Nashville. So they're going to this restaurant, and right off the bat, they're saying, hey, are you filming? Like, we prefer if you don't do that. We don't want that in here. Very reasonable request, asked very nicely. And in almost all cases, if you're going into a business, if you're going in somewhere and they ask you nicely, you should comply with that. There's no reason why you need to force yourself as a live streamer into this situation and into a restaurant or place of business. But he doesn't give up. And we'll see here how he pushes even further.
Oh, okay. What are you about to tell us we can't eat here?
Yeah, we would never do that.
See, he's making the assumption, he's pushing that assumption that, hey, you're going to kick us out of here, you're going to remove me from here. Well, that's because probably other places do that, and they have every right to do that. Something that Chud, a person who pretends to be standing for freedom of speech and the Constitution, should understand is that actually businesses have every single right and freedom themselves.
I think that is crazy that, so, I think we've all seen the people who go around to government buildings and, record inside. And, a lot of times the government buildings, the people inside those buildings try to get you to stop recording. But the difference is in those videos, they're on publicly paid for properties, which make them, you don't have the private city, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's a public building, so at this point we can record inside of all public buildings that we pay for.
That part.
Right? And they don't know that. I mean, apparently they don't know that. But when you go into a restaurant,
that's private.
That is private all the way. And if they say that you cannot record in a restaurant, your argument can't be, do you believe in the First Amendment and free speech and the Constitution?
All right.
Hey, what are you talking
Apparently,
about, sir?
he didn't do his homework, though. I mean, this is going to be your job, sir. You need to learn the rules of the game.
Yeah.
You need to learn, because like you said, on those videos where those people are going to those government buildings, all those guys knew their rights. They all knew their rights. And they was telling the employees, they let them call the cops. And, because some of them call the cops on them or what have you.
Right. A lot of times they do.
Yeah, and the cops had to let them know, well, he's free to...
now, he can't record sensitive information and stuff like that and go back.
He's free to record, though.
Yep, in the public accessible areas.
But I've even seen police didn't even know that.
Yeah.
And I've seen them, and then they say, "Well, call your sergeant," and the sergeant have to come and tell them, "Yeah, they can, they don't have to leave or what have you," because some of them do push that limit and make them, they take all that time, they make them call the sergeant, and the sergeant have to let them know, it's a government building, government property, so he can, they can film there. But Chud didn't do his homework when he decided that this was going to be his entrepreneur
path.
His entrepreneurial path. And I feel like, and then maybe it's just me, because, if I'm going to do something, I want to make sure I know what I'm doing and, what I can do and what I can't do. And you're trying to be a proponent for freedom of speech. You should know all the rules and regulations of that.
And
if
then
you're going to be walking around spewing it every day, all day.
You talking about free First Amendment rights and Constitution, but you skipped out on your bill, sir.
Mm-hmm.
You skipped out on your bill and got arrested for theft of services
and trying to gaslight it with free speech.
Right. I mean, but if you're gonna be a free speech or any type of advocate of the law or constitution, you should probably be a law-abiding citizen first off.
Mm-hmm. That part.
So, um, he was arrested for skipping out on the bill after he got kicked out because he was disrespecting this private business, their policy for not recording inside of, and it's not even just the recording part. He's also making a nuisance, a scene
Mm-hmm.
while he's recording. That's how
Right.
he gets, his viewership. So he's not only just if that was the only issue, I'm pretty sure it wouldn't be one. It's what you're also doing though. So he got kicked out. He didn't want to pay his bill that he already had indulged and ate the food and enjoyed
Mm-hmm.
the services,
Clean the plate.
clean the plate, lick the plate clean, and then because they don't want you recording now, you don't want to pay your bill. So
Mm-hmm.
that just goes to show you what kind of person he is.
After they done asked you not to do it once.
Right.
And yeah, and guys, we dropped the link. So if you guys want to come up, you're more than welcome to join us on the show today if you want to. Hey, Common Sense, thank you for joining us. Happy Sunday. And hey to
Absolutely.
you, Deontay, happy Sunday to you, and thank you for joining us. But yeah, I think he was just trying to deflect from that bill. He was looking for a reason not to pay his bill, and so
Mhm.
that's why he felt like he could just walk out. And so I'm glad that they pursued it, and making that a charge also.
So mind you guys, at the time of this court hearing, he was already out on bond for that incident. In fact, he was at the courthouse. That's what they say. He was at the courthouse to, I
Hmm.
guess, argue his case uh, concerning the theft of services and his other
And
charges. That
he had credit card fraud going on too, didn't he? I think he
could
had.
be.
Yeah, it was something about financial. I think it was credit card.
He may even be telling us, we might be just going ahead of him. He may be telling us all the charges that this man was charged with.
Right.
So let's continue watching him and see what he has to say.
Private individuals own these businesses, families own these businesses, and they have every right to kick you out of their private business because it is a very reasonable thing for a business to not want somebody who's yelling, being provocative, etc., at the table next to them while they're trying to eat their dinner, particularly at an upscale restaurant. But all of these nuisance streamers, such as Johnny Somali and Chud over here, they all think they are entitled to be in these places. They think that they own these places. And you'll see that play out.
Why are you recording in the restaurant? I'm live streaming this. Okay, you can turn that off, please. Hey man.
So once again, the manager is now there. The manager has told him to turn it off. So now he's been told twice. But does Chud listen? No, of course he doesn't, right? He continues to stream. This is once again a pattern with these nuisance streamers. This is why they end up in run-ins with the law, because they just don't listen to people when they're asked nicely.
I'm not. I'm just asking you not to record video in the restaurant. And that's fine. I'm just curious why I've got good money to spend here, bro.
And this is the attitude here. So he's giving up his name. He thinks he's so popular. He thinks he's so important. He's
Yeah.
got this inflated sense of ego. Very common with nuisance streamers because they get virality, because they get these big clips that are trending. They get attention that they never had before. They also think they can buy people out. Chud said there, I have good money. He thinks he can just buy these people out, buy out their dignity, their peace and quiet, the way they run their business. I'm just going to walk in here and I'm going to own the place. That's the ego that Chud the Builder is bringing into this. And that's exactly the problem in these cases.
I believe in freedom of speech and the Constitution, and people harass me for it.
And this is what he's using as a shield here. He's saying, hey, I believe in freedom of speech, the Constitution, but that doesn't get you a free pass to come into somebody's business and do whatever you want and just take over that business. It doesn't give you permission to also record people without their consent. They've already told you
That's
no. The guy
right.
put his hand up. He clearly did not want to be on video. This isn't the same as two influencers that are arguing with each other on the internet. This isn't people that have consented to be part of the insanity and be part of the craziness. This is just people that are trying to go about their day, normal people just trying to live their lives. And this perhaps is why there needs to be more action to shut down this type of nuisance streaming. So now that we've seen the restaurant incident, let's look at the courthouse incident facts. So, the news that everybody is talking about now is the courthouse incident. A lot of people have looked past that restaurant incident, which just happened days earlier. I think it's very relevant as it shows escalation. But this courthouse incident is what may land him in jail for decades. So, on May 13th, 2026,
I
around
didn't even think about that.
1:15 p.m., outside the Montgomery County Courthouse in Clarksville, Millennium Plaza
Hold on a
Courtyard, a public area with.
See, that's the danger of it. He can get up to life.
Well,
He got attempted murder charges.
well, he's saying that even before they, litigate this, he could possibly be facing decades for just the previous case of, I guess stealing the food
Stealing
from
the
the place.
food.
I
Yeah.
think that's what he's saying right now. So
He can, but you have to have a record too. He just being a content creator, but it's potentially yes. But it's got a lot of factors. But the charges that he's charged with, though, they're serious crimes. They're serious crimes. He did it big this time, and he really wanted to get famous, and he wanted everybody to talk about him. So hey, here it is.
God said your wish. Well, not even God, because
Karma.
karma, and sometimes, when you make a deal with the devil, you got to be careful about your wording. You may say, I want to be famous and go viral, and be famous and go viral for the wrong thing.
Well, I advise not to make a deal with the devil.
Yeah, it's never gonna come out the way you think
Right.
it's gonna come out. He
Yeah,
always gonna
you gonna get the short end of the stick every
you
time.
always gonna get the short end.
Right.
Sorry, I ain't mean to cut you off. All right, that's all I got.
Me too. Go ahead.
Bystanders, surveillance. Etherly was there for a civil matter. He was allowed to be there. He got into a verbal confrontation with Joshua Fox, a 31-year-old Army veteran, also a father. Now, people are also reporting that he may have been stalking him. There may have been other facts that may come out, and we'll get into that a little bit later. But per the arrest warrant, Etherly turned into a bladed stance. He reached for a firearm in his jacket pocket first. A physical fight ensued, and Etherly fired multiple shots. Fox was struck, requiring emergency surgery in an airlift to Vanderbilt. Etherly was grazed in the arm, self-inflicted during the struggle. Ricocheting bullets hit nearby walls, and Etherly claimed self-defense, alleging that he was punched first. Sucker punch.
I think those ricochet bullets and the fact that they actually hit the government property may also play a part, because then that means that this altercation, those shots could have hit anyone. That means you put a lot of people in danger, my boy, including the government property, the building.
Right.
As most reports from his side are saying. But the warrant and the evidence emphasize he initiated the gun reach. The courthouse was briefly locked down. So that's what went down on that day. So with that...
All right, we got our first guest on the show. What's going on, Deontay?
Hey, Deontay.
Hey, how y'all doing?
We're doing great.
Yeah, I saw you dropped the link earlier. I was busy for a second. I was listening, but I'm gonna sit down now, so I thought I'd come up.
Okay. Did you have any thoughts that you wanted to add before we finish this clip off? Or you just want
well, you talking about Chud?
Yeah.
Yeah. That situation that happened outside the courthouse. Well, I know we're talking about it now, but he got caught lying, and I believe that they had found camera, which video footage of what actually happened. And I knew they were gonna have something because it was right in front of the courthouse, I believe across the street or whatever. So, but so far, what they were saying in the report, it was like a news report. They were saying that what was visible was that he pulled the gun out first, and then after it was pulled out, that's when the guy went and
got triggered with his PTSD.
Yeah,
And
but
now the
it's
guy with PTSD is a veteran. He's 31 years old, I believe is what they said. And he admitted that he had PTSD prior to going after him. He's like, look, get away from me with all that. I have PTSD. I will go the fuck off on you. And you see what, and Chud didn't care. He said, "Oh, this is a good viral moment." Yeah,
He
well,
thought.
yeah.
yeah, he thought.
In his last viral moment
Huh.
for a minute, because
So
he's raised over $200,000 on what is it called? Go Find or Go Send Me or something
gifts
like
and
that.
go.
Instant Gold on the opposite side of GoFundMe, that other
Yeah.
site. So he done raised over $200,000, but the DA was like, hold up, hold my beer, because we need to see if you can use this money, because I know he was probably banking on using that money to bond out, because his bond is like $1.25 million dollars,
Mm-hmm.
and so that's about what he'll need in order to bond out until he get ready to go to court. But
Actually, that's not.
I don't think the DA is going to allow him to use that money.
Well, first off, it's not enough money. Apparently, depending on the charge, I guess with his aggravated or attempted murder charge, he would be responsible. He could put the 10% down, but likely the bonds person would require collateral to meet the other half, to meet at least half of that amount. So
To secure the bond for him.
to secure the bond. So he would have to have either like a property that's worth, 400,000 or 500,000 or $1 million, so that they could secure that bond. Just the 10% won't cut it. Is what I've heard other lawyers on YouTube say. So
Oh, okay. Well, he really in trouble then, ain't he?
yeah.
Shoot. Let's look at what criminal charges happen overall, both including the courthouse and even the restaurant, because as with all nuisance streamers, you have to lump these things together. So from that restaurant incident, he actually ended up walking out on the bill. So he not only was in there being rowdy in the beginning, not wanting to turn off his camera, but he actually walked out on that bill. And so he got hit with theft of services, disorderly conduct, and resisting arrest. And there's actually video of him being arrested.
There's another green one just like it right here.
Yeah, they normally park right here, man.
This same one?
Hey, sir, you're under arrest.
What did I do? Okay. Can you lock it?
Now, those are all misdemeanors, but he's facing all felonies in Montgomery County, Clarksville. So in Clarksville, he's facing attempted criminal He's facing use of a firearm during which all of these things are felonies, aggravated assault, and reckless endangerment. So what are the penalties for this? Well, for the Davidson County, Nashville charges, he's facing up to 11 months and 29 days in jail with fines. Now, typically this would be probation. He'd get a slap on the wrist. But now that he's looking at these other charges, I bet the prosecutors there in Davidson County are going to be ramping up their charges and ramping up their push for a more heavy sentence than they might have elsewise. With the Montgomery County charges, he's facing up to 60 years behind bars just for the attempted homicide alone. Now, the other three charges can stack up, and those can add to potentially decades behind bars. The real thing that will get him is the mandatory minimum. If Chud the Builder is hit with all of those charges, he will absolutely be locked away for a very, very long time. Now, let's look at.
Now, before he goes back in, we got a couple more. We got two more.
Hey, we got an audience. Hey, everybody. Thank y'all for joining us.
Right?
Hello. Long time no see.
I know, right? What's up, Betterman, Vicky?
What's up,
How you
y'all?
guys doing?
What's up?
So what y'all think about the Chud guy?
I think that it's well deserved. It was a long time coming. Like, I was hoping something happened to him, but I think this is even better, that he's racking up these charges, and this is what he gets for trying to use racism as a freedom of speech.
Mm-hmm.
And not only that, even if he's facing these charges, it could encourage other folks like him to do the same thing. So,
So you
it
saying
just
they may
makes
even use him as a example and give him an even harsher sentence because as to deter other people from following behind him and engaging in this type of
some
content
people
creation.
are still going to be bold with it and still want to be racist, even if it throws them in jail.
Well, that's the
'Cause
thing. The racist people are like, look, we understand, we racist too, but you can't just be going out doing it like that, though.
but look
Uh,
at that officer, Hispanic lady. She lost her job.
yeah, and
And
that's out here in
And see,
Texas,
all the racists want you to have some etiquette to this shit.
right?
It's a way to do things. You can't just go out there and be blatant about everything. And
They want you to be covert.
You can't
there you
tell
go.
people that you about to take over the world, basically. You know,
Mhm.
you got to be deceptive with your messaging.
Slow and subtle.
Well, there already are. I just watched a video that there's already people out there in Memphis who were they're how they're saying racist things to like groups of people, black people doing their job, and hollering out Chud the Builder like World Star.
Yeah, and
So
that's the
there,
thing. I
I'm
think
sorry.
that
Go
no,
ahead.
I was just gonna say I'm sorry. I was just gonna say that's the reason why I feel like they should have a harsher penalty for Chud the Builder to discourage and deter people from engaging in that type of activity.
Well, look like they are.
I hope they do. I mean, and I'm glad that they shut down his GoFundMe. I'm not. I don't feel bad for him. And sometimes, black people can be very empathetic, and we're like, we can have empathy and sympathy for people. But in this situation, like, no, he was intentionally going out there and just disrupting and disturbing. Now, do I prefer a more if somebody's racist, I'd prefer to know as opposed to like the covert racism. But he's messing up the operation for the ones that are covert racists. They're like, you're not supposed to just let them know that we're racist. You're supposed to hide it, and we'll do sneaky stuff in the background. But the way he's doing it is going up trying to, telling people that I'm going to shoot her in. Just saying these horrible things. That part right there, they're going to use all his social media. They're gonna pull everything that he did on Twitch and
Hmm.
TikTok and everything and use it against him. And I'm pretty sure the judge had already seen
Right.
a lot of that stuff. And it's like, you know what? 1.2 million.
But then, the 1.2 isn't just because he's Chud the Builder and the content that he you know makes. He literally was on bond for another arrest that had just taken place a couple of weeks or days prior. He did this in outside of a courthouse, put a whole bunch of people in danger of being harmed. So yeah, and you have a following of people who are going to support anything that you do. So at this point, you are a risk to society. If I let you out, who's to say you're not gonna get, your
Yeah.
people aren't gonna amp you up to go and do something even more extreme,
Or cause a riot or something.
right?
And I don't necessarily think he's riot worthy, but there's gonna be those dummies at those crash outs that go out there and feel like, well, I got to take Chud's place since they have him locked up. I got to go out there and keep the movement
Yeah,
going
yeah,
for Chud.
Mm-hmm.
yeah. I gotta
Yeah.
take the torch. It's not
Yeah,
the
like
move.
Well, all I gotta say is stay tuned, cause they may
Wh-
they may want to change their mindset up once they finish with him, because it
it,
seems like Tennessee trying to make him an example.
and if they, I don't know if y'all seen some of the other stuff about him. Um, some of the women that one of the women that he has been active with, like intimate with, has come out and said some stuff about him. So I mean, he's not this all this what is it? What do they call him? The
Stud.
Alpha
alpha
man.
male. You know, he
Mm-hmm.
he
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 tries
might.
to portray himself to be this.
Yeah, he's not. I mean, I don't have everybody. What everybody does in their own private life, that's their business. However, if you're trying to portray yourself as the ultimate man, the ultimate ca- Caucasian real white man to
Yeah.
represent, that's not
The
what we're
beacon of
hearing.
masculinity, and yeah, like, sir, you can sit your cross dressing, uh,
Oh, the fairy.
probably liking to get pegged,
I
you
just
know,
want to know,
all
is he in open population?
Oh, they got him. What?
solitary confinement, suicide watch.
Because I guarantee you he don't have that energy where he at now.
Oh no, he was very polite in the courthouse.
Mm-hmm.
You saw his eyes when the judge said 1.25 million. He
He
took
Mm-hmm.
looked
that
down.
he
He
took
looked
that
down
deep
like I
breath.
couldn't.
He took that deep breath and that long sigh and that long blink.
And to think that all the money that you could have made for yourself, if you would have did it legitimately, but now it's going towards legal fees, court costs, and you trying to stay out of jail, which is probably still not going to be enough because you're probably definitely going to jail and going to be locked up for a very long time. If it works, if you do get this money to get you a bail or a bond, you'll only be out for a little time. You're definitely going to jail.
Yeah,
He gonna be the next trial going. They gonna speed his trial up.
Okay. You-
and he's in the South too. He's not in a system where like a Georgia where things are a bit slower. He's in a kind of a faster track where, yeah, they're gonna wanna get
they
him
gonna fast
processed.
track this, yeah.
Yeah, he's not. I mean, but he's they're gonna look at just the how he accelerated. And I think that's one major thing. They're gonna look at how he progressed so quickly. He went from here to there to there, and he was given warnings. And then even people who, when people's like, just leave me alone, get on away from here, or what? Because he just a few, what was it? The
Yeah.
when he got arrested the week prior for macing those people. Did y'all see
Uh,
that one?
I really just heard about this guy literally, like, I think last week,
Okay.
and from there he's escalated to now being in jail. So that's crazy.
Yeah, he been snowballing.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
he maced two people, but he maced them in a way that, like,
it was an assault. The
yeah,
assault with the black guy with dreads, but I didn't know he got arrested for that one. I don't think he got arrested for that one.
he got arrested. He maced a girl because, like, it was kind of fuzzy because I'm like, okay, she was. It seemed like she had, like, maybe shoved him away, but then he still was. I think he pushed her down, and so another one of her friends was trying to help her up, and so he just maced her while she was down on the ground, and then he maced the guy who was helping her up.
Oh, he gone for a minute. Like that
And
dude
this is
said, decades.
bear mace, so it's like,
Yeah,
Yeah,
right.
can't go. Is that even legal to
I have
use?
no idea.
I don't know.
But I know it was pretty much assault. The thing is, and then especially with the gun, with the self defense argument, it has to be proportionate to the threat that you're facing. And this man was unarmed, from what I heard. So he definitely isn't going to win the self defense case for this court room.
Not with the other guy not having a weapon. So that's his grave mistake right there. Is that weapon?
Especially if the guy said, "Leave me alone. I got PTSD. If you come talking that
Yeah, that crazy racist stuff, chimping
th-
out and stuff is going to
yeah,
trigger me.
yes." And he
I,
gave you fair warning, and just because he started cussing you out or saying some crazy stuff to you, Cause I heard him on the night, like the when he was talking to the police officer, or he was on his live stream. It was still recording, and you could tell he was jumping around and leaving stuff out. So it's like I don't think it happened. I think he left out quite a few little details that you antagonize this man to possibly you pulled out your weapon or whatever mace, and that man felt triggered. And if that guy who is actually a veteran um has a history of PTSD, yeah, self defense is not going to work in this situation.
You're the aggressor. You brandish your a firearm prior to any threat even take. You know what I'm saying? The guy hadn't even lunged at you yet. You did that in a threatening way. So you, there's no self defense in this. But
No, and then he's going around threatening people and letting them know that he's packing and that he has his mace. So that's a threat within itself. Just to even,
yeah.
announce all of that.
And on his social media, he said something about the final finale is going to be, I think he said something about a black person on the pavement, something to that
Oh
effect.
wow.
So,
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's like when you said when you so and so's are gonna be out in the street marching and protesting because he shoots one of them, so or shoots one of them on the pavement or something like that.
Oh yeah, all that's gonna be played in court. But he,
mhm,
he is doomed.
And he said he was going to walk free. That's how he ended that post. He said,
Oh,
"Y'all gonna be marching in the streets while I walk free." And
because
when he posted that, people were getting upset. But Chud is in serious trouble. When he closed his eyes and let that gasp out at that, it wasn't because the bail or the bond just let him know how big it was. But I'm sure now every second that passed, he sinks deeper and deeper because he's going to need a whole lot of dough. He's going to need a couple $1 million to pay for some lawyers. Because even if the prosecution, they don't have to be the best in the world. They got a really an open and shut case. All they're gonna bring all the documents of all the posts that he had, all the videos of him. You've been going up to all these people, and everything you've been doing is actually going to work against you. You've been digging your own hole. They're gonna replay every video you ever posted. Every time you antagonized a black person, every time you told them you was packing, every time you sprayed them, anything you were doing. So you can't say that, oh, I was just a regular day and this guy was just messing with me. So now, and you approached him too. They're gonna be like, well, you approached him like you approached all those other ones. So, and you said you were going to do this. Like, this dude is done, man. Like, I do believe there's going to be people that's going to follow what he did to an extent. They're not going to go this far because that's a crash out. Like they're not trying to go to prison. They just trying to make people mad. You know.
but I think that's the problem with these nuisance, I guess, quote unquote nuisance streamers, because there's black
IRL.
nuisance streamers as well. Um, I I don't like their tactics, and I think that they are setting themselves up, even though they're not going around saying racist comments. And I'm not talking about just black guy. I'm talking about any nuisance streamer, white, black, or otherwise. I think that that type of content is dangerous to society, and it needs to be prohibited. It needs to be blocked from even being able to be done. It should become a crime.
Did you see the guy a few years ago? He's a prankster and he would go up to people and bother them. And he was at a mall bothering this guy. The prankster is a white guy, so was the guy who he was messing with. But the guy he was messing with was like this little guy doing like DoorDash. And he kept running up to him and messing with him, saying something to him. And the dude asked him to leave him alone like 3 times. And he went up to him again. And the last time he went up to him, the dude put out a gun and shot him in the stomach. Shot the prankster bully in the stomach. And he ended up getting off of that too. Like, because the dude, his boy was filming it, for his social media. So everything got caught. And they were like, you just kept messing with this dude. He was like touching on him and poking him. And the guy was way bigger than this little dude. But yeah, I agree with you. These they used to have the ones where the guys would come and just randomly like punch people who just standing around at a bus stop and try to knock them out. Like all that stuff is terrible, and they face a lot of legal issues themselves too. But this dude done tried to kill somebody.
There's a lot of they call them IRL streamers. I think it stands for in real life, and that's pretty much all they do. Like that's one of them is he's in trouble in another country. Johnny Tsunami. Was doing some
I saw
crazy.
him the other day.
Yeah, he's in major trouble. Um, there's another one who got really rich. He started doing it when he was a teenager, and he recently he got arrested in Miami for, you know, doing like same stuff. Like what he would do. Look, this is a young little white kid. He has a big black bodyguard. So he pokes at people, talks crazy to them. Will knock their hats off or steal their drink or knock their drink out of their hand, and then his bodyguard is right there to crash out for him.
Mm-hmm.
And like he finally got arrested, and he just wasn't taking it seriously when he was, we saw the body cam video. He wasn't taking it seriously. They even allowed him to call his people to come get all his jewelry and everything, and the cops told him don't record it, and he was still recording. The cops stopped playing with him. It was like, at this point we were trying to be nice to you. So, because I mean, I know when I got arrested, like cops ain't let me even use my cell phone to make a phone call.
Right.
But they don't take it
They're
seriously. And
entitled.
yeah, they are. It's a high level of entitlement. They've gotten to a point where they don't think this is real life. They think it's like Grand Theft Auto.
They
Like you
don't
get
think
it.
if the
Go ahead.
police give them, they don't think if the police allows them any type of privileges that it's a privilege. They think that's their right. That's what the police supposed to do. So,
Yeah.
so
That part. Well, you know what I see though. Even if all of this happened to him, and they just give him a 20 piece, right? I see the governor pardoning him and granting him clemency because Trump
of
can't
what he
handle
represent,
it. Because that's who the governor is. So
the hatred towards white people. I mean, black people is
he'll let him go down like they did Tina Peters.
yeah.
He'll let him go down for about a year or two, and then he'll grant him clemency and get him out of there. Watch and see.
Well, let's see what else this lawyer got to say about these amount of time the time he gonna get.
At the self-defense analysis, because this is the real debate. The real debate is, was this self-defense? Now, Tennessee has a stand your ground law. So in Tennessee, it requires 4 things: lawful presence, lawful conduct, reasonable belief of the need for force, proportionality, and no initial aggressor. So you have to have all of those things. And this is an affirmative defense. So if the prosecutors can actually knock out one of these elements, just one of these things, he's guilty, because you have to admit that you did it. You have to say, I shot the guy, but here's my defense. So if they knock out your defense, all you're left with is, I shot the guy. That's literally all that's left of that analysis. So when you actually apply that to Chud's case,
Do you guys understand? I mean, for the viewers, and that is the craziest thing, that's going to be this guy's defense, which is self-defense, meaning that all of those conditions had to have been present for him to be able to claim self-defense. And if the defense, their only job, which this is the reason why I agree with Deontay, they don't even have to be that, it's not they don't have to be a real big defense law firm or anything like that. Anybody could probably do this case and probably win as as a defense attorney. So, but if they only just take off one of those things, the only thing he's left with is, I shot the man.
Mhm. And the last one is going to be taken out because he did start it. And also, this is what George Zimmerman used for Trayvon Martin in Florida. Stand your ground law, and he won his case.
Well,
And that baby didn't have nothing but some Skittles. Remember?
yeah.
Some arguments pro and against Chud. First of all, he's in a public place where he had the right to be, so the lawful presence, lawful conduct, we're going to assume that. It doesn't appear at the time Chud was committing a crime, although we'll have to see how the ultimate facts play out and all the reports happen. We also have claims from Chud's side that Joshua Fox actually punched first. And if you combine this with, once again, reports of him being the stalker, of him following him, etc., then he might say, okay, this is the person who provoked this, the person who started this. But that's not where the analysis ends. And you do have to look at the other elements, such as proportionality and reasonableness. And I think this is where you might have some trouble. Now, another factor is to argue the anti-Chud side, the arrest warrant, where we actually have the facts. And mind you, there were over 100 witnesses there that day. So there were many, many people watching this, observing this, and they were looking at this and saying, okay, what happened here? And getting that into the police report. So looking at what was actually written down, it states that he escalated. The belated stance and reaching for the gun, that's going to be escalation under a stand your ground self-defense analysis. So that's not going to look good. Also, it generally does not look good when you have non-deadly force, a punch, versus deadly force of multiple shots. Now, before anybody gets out there and goes crazy, yes, punches can sometimes be something you respond to deadly force with. For example, if someone's punching you in the head, that can be treated as deadly force, and you can respond accordingly. However, in general, for example, if you're just getting body punched or it's just a regular punch, typically a regular punch is something that you don't respond with a gun, and that's proportionality, right? So if your response is above the level where it should be, that's going to be failing a self-defense analysis. If someone punches you, typically you'd punch them back. That's a fist fight. You get in a fist fight. You're not drawing a knife or a gun or something else in that scenario. Now, the other thing is the bystanders. The bullets were ricocheting and going around, and that goes to the reasonableness of him pulling out his gun and firing multiple shots at Joshua Fox, because they're going to look at that and they're going to say, is that a reasonable use of force? Did he use more force than was necessary in this scenario? The other factor, which I think is massive, and I do think plays into the overall analysis, particularly reasonableness, is the fact that he was live streaming and that he had a documented history of confrontations. So he was live streaming to get the rage bait. That's why he exists on the internet. That's what he does. That's how he makes his money, is by getting people to rage. And because of that, you can see that when combined with the history, combined with other things he's done, as showing, hey, this guy was trying to provoke this, and this was the natural, in fact, even reasonable, expected outcome was for this type of thing to happen. Here's my judgment. Based on all of the warrants and all we have for the affidavits and all the evidence we've gotten from the actual government, I think Chud's self-defense argument is likely to lose. I also think that a jury of normal people, even conservative people in conservative Tennessee, most normal people that are not internet brained, are going to look at this and say, yeah, Chud, you went beyond what was reasonable. The force you used here was beyond reason. His other actions while live streaming also deserve jail time. You have to look at the totality of what he is doing, going into private businesses and trying to tell them what to do, to dictate what they do, to be disorderly, be disruptive. All these things deserve punishment because people will come out and copycat these things. People will see these actions, see the virality, see the news, and they will try to be the next Johnny Somali, Chud the Builder, etc. They will do these things. Absolutely. And if there is not a harsh punishment for nuisance streamers, there's going to be an infinite amount of copycats tomorrow. And part of the law is to disincentivize this behavior, to say, hey, you know what? You shouldn't be doing this. And I think.
So on one hand,
yeah.
Wait a minute. You get paid to act the fool, and then on the other hand, when it's time to go pay the piper, you're gonna get deemed for acting a fool.
Exactly.
So it helped you and it hurt you.
What they say, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. I guess
so.
this is exactly The
But
example of
is
that.
this risk worth the reward? Hey, Tashara and DJ Torch, thank you guys for joining us tonight. But is this is this worth it?
It's not worth it because he didn't even make $1 million off of this yet. You see what I'm saying? Like he didn't even get to really reach any kind of level to where he was really bringing. Like he was just going viral. If you go
Right.
back to everybody who got big from going viral and go back to those days, like this is where it would have been for him 5 years from now. Like remember when I was in the streets just walking up to chimps or whatever he want to say. Like now he's done. He's about to be telling this story to some guard in solitary, nervous every time he come out of his little thing to go to the yard. I don't know what's about to happen. He's done though. You
Yeah.
I
know,
think he's gonna have to if he's found guilty and if he have to go to jail, I'm thinking they're gonna have to keep him in solitary confinement because people gonna hear about him in jail. And he gonna get it every day.
oh, they
Well,
know about him right now.
see,
Yeah,
I think he let what was that racist Shiloh Hendricks, I think, whatever her name was, the one that cussed out the little black disabled boy and got 700,000
Yeah, I don't
across from
remember
him.
her name, but I know who you're talking about. At the one that was at the park.
Yeah, yeah. He said, "Oh, that's how you. Okay, I can do that." And but instead of going after little kids, he said, "I'm going after all of them." And and that's what. And now we have this. But this guy, this lawyer attorney, actually agreed with a lot of what we were talking about earlier. So yeah, because people are going to try to emulate that if they think that it's a path to getting some good money and
Well,
you know.
if they let him off, he's successful. So they could be successful also. That's how they're gonna look at that.
Hmm.
And DJ, we dropped the link for you, DJ, if you want to come up. But that's what you were saying earlier. You and Vika, they're gonna make an example out of him, and they're gonna have to because you're gonna have copycats if you don't already have copycats going on right now.
yeah. This is something that they do not want to have copycatted. Like they, the whole look. If you want to do the what the KKK do, get the permits, stand on the court steps and yell out what they want to yell. That's one thing, but they don't want white people going around, threatening the lives and feeling like, oh, I can just kill one of these dudes now. You know what I'm saying? And just claim it was self defense. It would end up starting a race war, and they don't want that because it
Well,
would tear too much stuff up.
And you know why? You know why they don't want that?
it would take their progress back because they've evolved from even having to do public displays to now being the people who are making these laws and voting on these laws and putting this stuff into you know the actual system that can actually oppress us, so they don't have to go back down to doing
Well,
it
that
in
that
public.
too, that's a good answer. However, they don't want us turning their shit up. Because
Yeah,
what happens when people get upset and riled up? What happens?
They start well they start destroying stuff, you right, and
Yeah,
rioting.
yeah. So who is that gonna benefit? It's not gonna benefit. Is if you're in business and we don't know, our neighborhoods are already tore up from the last ride, so we don't have nothing in our neighborhood to tear up. So where they gonna go? They go into their neighborhoods to tear their stuff up, and they don't
yeah.
want that.
And these young kids are off the chain. 6 years ago with the Floyd riots, right? These
Hmm.
kids now that are between the age of 20 and 25, they was teenagers and little kids about 6 years ago. Like so now they older, they gonna be the ones out there tearing stuff up. You see what they doing, all these little team takeovers. They going into like prominent areas and doing this stuff. Like they don't want that. And then but I think one of the bigger things that I was thinking about too that they don't want if like a race thing broke out because that's what would happen if this guy got off. Um, Other countries would look at this and people who they are in competition at would look at this. And I know it don't seem plausible, but I just think that it could happen the same way in other countries. Whenever those groups is being oppressed by the government, and the U.S. love to say we're gonna aid y'all, and they send the money, all this stuff. I could see a rival country saying the same thing, like, "Oh, hold on, y'all can't be the moral police of the world, and y'all up here being openly race wars with the black people. We might need to go and send them something, or publicly make a statement saying we are," and they don't need that. They don't need a conflict inside of America and one outside with somebody else at
You
the
mean
same time. Spread
you,
thin.
hey, you mean like we went in Venezuela because we said they president wasn't no good? That kind of shit.
Yeah, when they kidnapped
Yeah.
that damn president. Well,
Yeah, so
yeah.
they don't want that kind of shit. I would wonder, but I wonder what country would come in and try to help save Black America.
Well, I
I
don't think
think
they would
it would be one.
physically come over in there like. I don't think they would send military or nothing. But what I mean is they would make public statements saying,
Yeah,
this not cool or whatever, and they would probably try to work with whatever group. Because if something like that actually broke out, like it would get out of control, and black people would have to form some kind of a, I don't know what to call it, like something amongst
Alliance,
themselves. Yeah, like
Coalition.
a
oh
militia.
yeah,
That's what I was actually
yeah.
gonna say. I think we need to form militias now to be able to protect these communities from people like Chud the Builder, because he shouldn't have been able to last as long as he should, and the black people should have had a more visceral and, I feel like, aggressive response to this type of content going viral. Wherever he was, there should have been a group of people, masked or not. I don't give a fuck. If you thought you was gonna do something that probably you didn't want yourself filmed for, I'm all with you putting a fucking mask on. But they should have took care of him long before he got to this point. In my personal opinion, because when you allow somebody to disrespect not just one black person, but black people as a whole,
Well,
and they get away with it. And the black people, granted, I get it. We're scared. We already know we're mistreated. We already know that if there was a altercation between a white person and a black person is probably going to be the one that's going to be unfairly prosecuted and treated. I get it. But at the same time, if the reason why we have it like that is because we've allowed that to happen. We allow ourselves to be treated like this. You know what I'm saying? And then we tell our children, hey, you just got to walk that fine line just to make sure that you get home. So we instill into our children, be cowards as well. So at some point, black people do have to come together and realize nobody's going to come to your rescue. If you
here's
want to
here's the
stop being
thing.
okay.
I'm sorry. Here's the thing. Like, we have to teach our kids not to cower behind racism. We need to teach our children to stand up against racism, even if our lives are being threatened or whatever. We have to stand up as a community and not tolerate BS like this. This has to stop. We can't bow down to their will just because we are afraid of uh, consequences happening towards our actions. No, we should say F the consequences. This dude is threatening my life. He's making racial slurs at me. He needs to know there are consequences to his actions, and we should not be afraid of that. We should not be talking to these people about why the N word is not okay. No,
It
there
doesn't,
are
and
consequences.
if you don't know, you just don't need an explanation. Don't use the fucking word. Ask your parents to tell you why you shouldn't use the N word. But when you're in my presence, I'm not here to give you that lesson. I'm here for you
Right.
to, I'm going to make sure that you respect me, whether or not you know that you're being disrespectful or not. Once I tell you, then you can make the decision. And after the decision you make, I can make my decision as to how I'm going to respond. But I guarantee you, my response is going to ensure that at the end of it, you're going to respect me.
Here's the thing. I think people were more worried about him pepper spraying them, but even the four groups of black people that were surrounding him, he pepper sprayed them. That's assault.
Exactly. and black people have the right to call the police if
Uh-huh.
you're assaulted.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
so whatever the fear was, I get it. I understand. A lot of people aren't even in 2026 used to having to face such blatant and covert racism that they're being recorded in real time on the spot for. So I get it. It is a new thing, but at the end of the day, we should have been to a point where we've gotten more respect. At now, not only do we have common, nothing as people going around thinking that they have the power, they have the white privilege to go around and disrespect any black person that they see and live stream the shit. But then we also have the people who actually have power in government and in Congress, completely erasing all of the progress that the people who did have the courage, in spite of whatever the consequences were going to be, to fight for our rights and to make sure that we had the right to vote and to make sure that we had the equal right to vote. We didn't have to do all the extra work. And now these people within just one vote completely wiped that out of the history. So it's a lot that we having to face right now, but I also feel like we could have faced this a long time ago to ensure that we didn't get to this point. So I don't know what you guys' thoughts on that.
Well, I like the consequence of what he done. So um, sometimes, you just have to be still too, and just let it play out just the way it played out. Because now, he clenching them butt cheeks right now. He's not
He
happy
ain't
Yeah,
with it.
clenching them. He want
Huh?
that. He ain't clenching them.
Well, he
he's
is
so
clinching them because he
silly.
doesn't he doesn't know what
He
the
what the
outcome is
future
gonna be.
holds. Yeah,
Yeah, when you
right.
don't know what your future is gonna be, I say that about Buckwheat all the time, Vicky, when we're talking about the other dude, but with the true crime that he's done, and it's the not knowing is what tear your mind up.
Yeah, you have the anxiety. You sit
Yeah.
there. I mean, but to really comment really quick about I think they rockabye a lot of, especially a lot of like Black Americans, to thinking, oh no, because they've put the program in there that once civil rights was enacted, like put in place. Sorry, once civil rights was put in place, all racism went away. There's no more racism. Look, we elected a
Hmm.
black president twice. So
And
they've
black
tried.
people thought the war and the fight was over. We was good.
Right, and then integration and all that stuff. I mean, it's uh,
Well, maybe people that's not in the South may felt that way. But me as a older person that live in the
right.
South, I never felt like the fight was over with. I've always continued to experience it just because of the areas that I live in.
Right.
You're in a small rural town, it's not over with,
No, you
and they,
definitely
and
do.
they, and they remind you.
You definitely see it more in the South. I mean, you see it here. Like I'm on the West Coast. It's here. It's more of the microaggressions. They do little things, and then when you try to tell them about it, it's well, what do you mean? I never meant to. I don't mean that. I didn't mean any harm. It's like I know exactly what you meant. So that's why I say I prefer if somebody if
Covert.
I prefer overt. Like, just tell me, but as long as you're not putting your hands on me, you're not disrespecting me. If you don't like me as because I am black, that's fine. Just
I want
say
you
it.
to be as covert as possible. Because to be honest, I think the naivety to think that just because somebody is nice to you, that they're not, behind the scenes racist. It
Well,
that
that's
you should never get to that point to where you actually think, and no black person should ever be at the point to where they can say, okay, I'm good because no one's racist in my face you know
That's why I say I like overt. Oh, covert is when they do it on the down low, like
But that's
they're
what I'm
but
saying. They should
yeah.
be able. They should do it on the down low. There's no universe where I feel like a white person should be okay with being overtly racist and in your face and blatant with it, to where they will come up to you as a random person living your own life, not even worried about this person, just to disrespect you. No,
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 I'm
that's
not. I don't mean like the like coming up disrespecting me. If you want to say, you know what, Vicky, I don't like black people. Um, I don't like black people.
so. Why are you talking to me? Keep that
That's,
shit
and
to
that's
yourself.
and that's it. Like
Go
you know
back to
that
your corner. Don't ever say that again, because the next time you say that to me, I'm slapping the shit out of you. Get out my
I.
face with that shit.
But then I could spread the word. It's like, hey, don't do business with them. Don't that person? They don't like black people. Don't
And that's the
don't
number
fool.
one reason why they're not gonna tell you that they are, because they don't want their livelihood gone. So they're
You
gonna
know,
they're gonna they're gonna they're gonna try to keep it hidden,
Smile
and
in
that's
your
the
face and
problem.
take your money.
and see,
Yeah.
that's the shit I don't like. That's what I don't like. It's like
And,
you.
and and that's the problem that I feel like all the other groups are upset with Chud about, because he all blatantly all out in
Fucking
the open,
the
and that's not what
algorithm
they.
up.
Yeah, he got to have the right etiquette for this, and he didn't take that into consideration.
And it's funny. Like I was listening. Because I was listening to somebody else cover. What's his name? Fuentes. Talk about this, and he said the same thing. He's like, I don't believe in this kind of racism. Like you don't. But I I just I don't like the sneaky shit. I don't like this type of like going up to people and
You mean
agitating.
the sneaky shit, like how we just got our voting rights reversed
Yes,
within the vote?
it's like, oh, it's for the for the betterment and to be fair, and we're gonna, well, we know, like the orange man, he just gonna he they can't shut him up, so he'll say the exact reason why we're doing it. We gained 20 seats. Um, but everybody else is, they're trying to paint it as something else. If you if you just want to come out and just say this is the reason why I'm doing this, I prefer that, so that way black people can smarten up, like you can wisen up and like get
But why can't
together.
we just do that regardless? Why do we need that to
It's
happen before?
because we, again, I think they have rockabye so many of us into a false sense of security, to where you think that it's just gonna be okay if we just ignore it. That's their problem. I don't have to deal with it. I'm just gonna mind my black business, and
Hmm.
I'm not doing that. A lot of people when I talk to a lot of people, they just like, oh well, that's them folks' business. I'm
Hmm.
not voting
Yeah,
anyway.
it don't bother, it don't affect me. You don't. It's not my problem.
Yeah,
And I also think that there are a lot of people, black people, trying to do the Martin Luther King instead of the Malcolm X
The
era.
no,
polite, nice,
Yeah,
yeah.
try to be nice about it. Try not to provoke
let it
them.
define us and all
Yeah,
this
let it
stuff. Like,
define us. Don't make it look bad. But see, I don't think we got Martin Luther King people here no more.
It's
Once
not
you
that.
do get us upset, and
Mhm.
once we do start paying attention, I think it's gonna be more of a Malcolm X
we coming for their
reaction.
heads.
It's gonna be more of a Malcolm X reaction versus a Martin Luther King.
We
And I
need.
go ahead. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
It's we've taken a democratic approach to these things. It's like, well, I'm a I may or may not vote. I'm gonna be peaceful because I ain't trying to go to jail. It's like, well, our predecessors were willing to go to jail. Our
They had
predecessors
to
were
go to jail to
you
make a move, to make the change happen. I mean, there was no other alternative. In order for them to get the change that we needed, they had to get shot, lynched, drugged, hosed, maced, imprisoned. All of that they had to go through.
and you'll have people say, I got a family, I gotta make a living, and it's like, do you
I,
understand, like the way that we're going, you're not gonna have any of that. They're putting these data centers in intentionally by black neighborhoods to poison you, to like like, who is it it's harming you. It's gonna harm you first. They're like they're eliminating so many things that benefit us as people. It's hard to like try when I try to talk to people about it. They're like, that's just not. I can't worry about that right now. I can't worry. I can't worry.
But they go out and still spend thousands of dollars at Louis Vuitton and Gucci and
Hmm.
all this other stuff to try to make themselves look better than the next black person. Um, all the people, I every black person in America should be outraged and should understand the gravity of this moment that we are in. But a lot of us have decided that we got a little money now. We're above what the oppressor can do to us. So I
But
don't even
this
know
is
what.
why they made it covert though. So this is why they made racism in the '60s. You talking about Martin Luther King and Malcolm X? They were tired of these people coming up from literally the grassroots and galvanizing all the whole black nation. They especially didn't want them to come together. They decided to hit the reset button in the '60s, take everybody out. They killed dozens of black leaders. Even JFK, because what's funny is that he didn't want to work with the Israelis back then. That's why one of the reasons why they took him out. But and they said, okay, in the '70s, well, this is what we're going to start it at, and it became a machine in the '80s. And what they did was they just took the entertainers, they made them the speakers of our community. They
Hmm.
put in place and back behind the politicians who they wanted elected, and then they just kept going like that. So over time, and then they made it hard for people like Chud to be able to do what he was doing. Said we're gonna do it through the system. You know, yeah, I heard about those data centers, and I kept hearing, I got to look this up. I'm like, oh, this crazy. This is like worse than the power line situation that they had. Like so. This is why it's covert. They don't want you to know you're getting played in every direction, and they want to stress you out. That's why everybody worried about. Like, I ain't got time to worry about this, or that. I got to get this together. I'm stressed out. I'm this. I'm that. It out. You know, all of this is going on at one time. And meaning what you were saying earlier with us with this, we don't have a code as black people. We used to. It was something that all of us knew. Our families knew. We talked about it in our homes. We don't have that no more. So when this stuff happens, every black person who wasn't in that city when it was going on, and even some of the black people in that city, I bet you just on looking on their phones and laptops like, damn, that's crazy. Oh man, if you do that to me, I trip or whatever. But it was no, we all need to swarm around this and say like this is not gonna, happen like this.
Right.
That's what we don't want.
Yeah. The
We don't
CIA and
have to just.
FBI have done a wonderful job at infiltrating and like
I
whatever
would.
code. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, but you let me know what you think about this because me and I said what I said. We're talking about this earlier. How back in those days when we had Martin Luther King representation, and even Malcolm X, they presented themselves with dignity. They had morals. They had standards. And the black person was, they had the Cosbys as a representation of black people. I feel like today's representation is saggy, thugs for men and prostitutes and strippers for the black woman. And I feel like we've allowed ourselves to really kind of have our own image tarnished and downgraded to where black people are just wanting to sell drugs and black females want to look like strippers and have long hair and long nails and like that. I don't know other race that
Ye-
does that has did this to themselves.
But a lot of that is that's government like that's government propaganda too, and we've fallen into that trap like of you know
Falling.
going to huh
Yeah, go ahead.
we're going along with it. So you got to think like again a lot of this stuff. I hate to go into these. I don't even like calling them conspiracy theories because they are because a lot of this stuff is true that they've done this. They know how they have done so much programming for us to us that we have just fallen in lockstep with what they say. Okay, yeah, black men should sag their pants, and all you want to do is be a rapper or a ball player. No shade to them. Um, and if you're a woman, you should be looking up to Cardi B and Meg The Stallion and Nicki Minaj, and like have your whole ass out, and talk about sex, 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 sex. So and again, no shade, because I listen to that music, but
We should be able to distinguish it from, it being entertainment that we watch on TV and not emulate in the streets. Like we should
Mhm.
have more pride
But
in our
but the
community.
biggest distraction though, I feel like, is the internet. Is it
Yeah.
you have fights on, you got everything on the internet. Anything and everything you want, it's on this internet. And to
Let's
me,
be clear though. You got when it comes to fights, it's mostly black people fighting and
right.
black people filming
Well, that's what I'm
themselves
saying. That's
fighting.
Not not
but I'm just saying that's what's distracting us, instead of us paying attention, to getting our votes taken away, and trying to ice us out of the political field altogether. Instead of watching stuff like that, or either just trying to watch a show like what we're doing, people are online fighting with each other or watching the fight instead of
Yeah.
paying attention to the important things that's online. Is all I'm saying.
Hmm.
And they fighting over nonsense. People over here fighting. I mean, just the, these simplest things that 40, 50 years ago, our people would be like, we fighting over this? Like you just, they got men and women pitted against each other. I mean, it's just the whole thing is just wild. But I'm not sure who that. Vicky was her name. I think you were saying earlier about the CIA and the FBI, the programming. Yes,
yes.
and you must
Mhm.
wonder job that they did. And I remember I said to my cousin years ago about how I was like, man, they did a great job. I'm like, what you mean great? I don't mean great like I liked it. I know what you meant when you said wonderful. You got to appreciate the intricacy of the way that they manipulated us. I mean, they're doing it at every angle that you could. I mean, and they've been doing it for decades, really, for since we've been here since slavery. But with not just the internet, just the media. Period. That's why I went back to the '70s and '80s. Like, it's just we've been working on so hard, and it's a
We've been
side of.
work.
You got to
Uh,
think about it. The moment, like when we do have somebody we have people who are like good role models and who come out there. It doesn't get the media attention that it deserves. Like, some a bla-
Why
it
are
was
we like that though?
hmm
Why do we do that? Uplift the worst of our community
because
to
we've
represent us.
been programmed to do so. Because
yeah,
we've been
they did it first, and then we just followed. Yeah.
And Bill Cosby was the first family that we actual real family that we actually saw on
The
TV.
Huxtables.
Yeah, the Huxtables notified a lot of people that they could go to college.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
there was a lot of black people didn't even realize they could go to college.
And then you
Until
have Family Matters.
not but the other show with the Huxtables with Denise on it, with the kids at the college. What's the name of the show, Vicky? Different
different
Another
world,
different
different
world.
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 Different world.
A different world,
Uh-huh.
and the Cosby Show is what actually, and that actually lifted a whole generation of people.
Hmm.
Even Living Single, Martin,
Right,
um,
all of them. Like
Urkel.
yeah.
We had but you gotta you
But
have go
prior
ahead.
to that, the movies we saw, the black people were mammies and nannies and uh,
Yeah.
dancers or
Like the Hudson, I
Bojangles.
mean, like the Jeffersons even had a
Yeah,
black nanny.
yeah.
Um,
Well, the Jeffersons was kind of a step up, but for whatever reason, they kind of made it more comedy. And Bill Cosby show was comedy also, but it was like sarcastic comedy, and it was more of word problems.
Yeah, right.
And it had more of a family structure
That you can
because
show you how you can get out of it with,
yeah,
you
because
know.
remember we had good times. All we strove for, all they was striving for us was in the ghetto. No, Florida and them never made it out the ghetto.
You gotta think
Damn,
too.
damn. Okay.
Damn.
Every time like we get some motion going, like you know we get it because we also look for like a leader. You know what I mean? We look for somebody to guide the way instead of there being like multiple people. They don't want us to have groups because they'll always try to disband the groups. That was, you know, you can go look at the CIA documents because they published them, so we know that they're there. CIA.gov, you can go see. But every time we make motion or we have, you know, we have a positive, we start like having positive impact, we start, you know, buying property and stuff, they find these covert ways to disband that. Like, you know, people start buying land here. Oh, here we come with what is it, eminent domain.
Right,
They'll come
right.
start taking your land, or you know we're starting to make progress. We can make do. We can what was it? I think it was in either South Carolina or North Carolina during, I think it was either World War I or World War II, where black women were stay at home moms while their men were out fighting the war, and the white woman got mad. So they went and complained to their husbands. So they made a law that everybody had to work. All you know, they made it so that the black woman had to get back to work and do whatever job. So they every time that find some traction, we find some togetherness, they come in and find a way to ban that out. And let's not talk about the DURG that they bring those in. They have brought those in our community and just made every time we start war, there's a wave of something that comes in and gets us hooked. So whenever we start building, they find a way um to
Tear
kind
us
of to
down.
disband that.
Hmm.
And it's sad. I wish that
And then the
we
black representatives that we do put in office, once they get in office, they don't want to fight.
they get corrupted.
They get corrupted.
They get that
And they
because
do
that
stuff to us. In fact, they
Well,
don't. You
all of
know,
them get corrupted,
they
not just
start.
the black ones, but all of them get corrupted.
Well, the thing is, the other ones that's fine and dandy, but the black people, we're the bottom of the totem pole. We don't have, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think we can s- have people that are in office that are corrupt. We don't even have any
But
power.
but we be so focused on getting them to Washington and to get them up there, and then once they get there, we be so happy that they made it, and we're not holding them accountable. See,
you
that's the problem.
remember that movie The Distinguished Gentleman by Eddie Murphy?
Hmm.
Yes.
Go back and watch that, like, because that's a perfect example of how they immediately start corrupting these politicians. You may go in there like, okay, I'm not gonna let nothing, you know, nothing get to me. This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make a difference. And you might have a whole group of people. Those lobbyists come in and they start throwing money at you. Oh, how about I throw you $1 million banquet and you get to, you know, all yeah, we're gonna get you like donations. It'll be $10,000 a plate, and you get to keep XYZ dollars. So they do get corrupted, like, you know, and it's and I'm not, you know, the other people. Yes, it does matter that they get corrupted too, but our people, like you said, when as soon as they get in office, we kind of forget. It's like, okay, well, she gonna do her job, but if he or she is the only person up there fighting, and the rest of
Right.
everybody else is like, well, I can't just fight by myself. I don't know if you remember that guy in Florida, who was involved in that, like, the sex scandal. He
So with
was, hmm?
no, finish with the sex scandal.
It was a black guy. I forgot what he was. I think he was a
Andrew,
congressman. Huh?
when his name Andrew.
I don't remember his name, but I know he got caught in a
Oh yeah.
hotel room with a hooker, with a
Hmm.
with a
Yeah.
with a with a male hooker.
Yeah.
But he was doing good. He was doing well, and I think he was going to run for governor. But somehow, some way, that he got caught up with, okay, whatever his sex life is, I don't care. But he somehow, some way, they just happened to, the guy just happened to start taking pictures of him passed out on the floor, half naked, and now that just ruined his whole political career.
Which was
Even
a
though
whole
He
setup.
should have said he was drugged. I would have said, look, I was roofied. I don't
Yeah.
remember none of that stuff. In fact, we need to press charges on that man for drugging me and possibly raping me. I'm sorry. At some point, we got to Donald Trump the people too, because
yes,
like this man is a 34 count convicted felon, has got convicted and still deny that he did. He still think that he is haven't done anything wrong, or he probably know he done stuff wrong, but he would never ever admit it.
he's a he's a narc to the highest degree. You know what I mean? Like and then he's old and he's probably got dementia, Alzheimer's. So it's really like he can't control his impulses and his reactions anymore. So now he's just saying whatever he wants to say. It's all just coming out, calling people piggy, shut up, you're a stupid person, you're this, you're that. And I don't know what black woman broke his heart, but every time he gets a black woman reporter, he just goes on attack mode. But
Hmm. Well, that depends, because like there was this one African black reporter that he gave very high praises to in front of Caroline Leavitt too, because Caroline thinks she the Barbie of the administration.
looking
But
like a
that
45-year-old.
right, but that black woman standing next to he couldn't stop touching that woman. So I don't
Right.
know.
Right. It depends, and she probably gave him a compliment. You
That's all,
never
and
know.
that's all you have to do with him, really, to
Yeah.
tell you the truth.
Yeah. Just
Even
give him a
being black, if
compliment.
you just give him and really to tell you the truth, let me say something. I feel like Trump knows who are pawns and who are people with power and authority. You know what I'm saying? Like he know a black person simping to him versus a black person with some real power and authority just kind of supporting him. If that makes sense.
Yeah, he knows because it's like there's a TV show that is funny. The TV show that I watch called The Boys, and
Oh, I
it's kind
love the
of
boys.
okay. So you
And it's
see,
that they're doing it. Yeah, exactly.
it's mirroring.
Yeah.
I mean, and they wrote this in like October. I'm like, I swear to God, they must be writing these episodes every week. But no, they predicted this a long time ago, and it's just he knows he's like Homelander. He I think he honestly he
Thinks he's God.
yes, he said that I think he likes I think he actually respects people who stand up to him
Hmm.
because
He
it throws.
does.
Yeah,
Hmm.
go
He
ahead, go ahead.
does. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm just yes. This is something that black people don't understand about white people, especially the elite ones. They respect people who stand up for themselves and show strength and is willing to stand on business.
Right.
They really do respect China and Russia and India, even though India don't have a military that can mess with the United States at all, like China does. They still respect India because of what they can do financially and technology wise.
And how they make
So
their people respect them.
yeah, and they will respect Africans and black people all around the world, American blacks, whatever, once we stand up. But yeah, that's a great comparison. I thought about that too. Homelander is turning himself. He thinks he's God now, and you're right to that episode. Okay, I'm like watching that. I'm like, didn't Trump just tweet all this stuff about him being God with the Jesus AI pictures and
He
stuff?
did.
So yeah, it's crazy. But yeah, they respect Trump respect people who now stand up to him. You see him
Mm.
in
Yeah,
Elon's movie,
Like,
dude.
like who? And hey, HT Ball, thanks for joining us. And we did discuss that already about him saying he don't give a damn about nobody. But tell me one black person that stood up to him that he respect. Because
Oh no, I
most
didn't
of the
say
time he
respect.
Tell
retaliated
me
against
one black person that done stood up to him. I mean, outside. Well,
because
yeah,
he normally he retaliated against everybody that say something that
because
stands up to
Letitia
him.
ain't got a break yet.
Yeah,
Is
because
she?
Letitia definitely stands up to him. He hates
No, but
Letitia
still,
James.
you gotta have some kind of real. It's like you say, like you gotta have some kind of real something behind it. Like he don't
Right.
respect China just because they. He respect them because what they have, what they control, is something that he can't just take. He can't bully China like he can bully Iran. You know, he can't bully these Jewish
Well,
people basically. You know
but
what I'm saying? Like he can bully another
he
group.
also is fascinated because President Xi is a dictator. He respects that. That's
That's
what he
that what he
wants.
Yeah.
respects.
That's mostly what he. It's not so much the power that they have. It's the power that the president have. That President Xi have. That's what kind of power he want. He want the parades. He want everybody to fawn all over
Everybody in
him.
step, and you
Everybody
saw
is.
the
It's
order.
like
You
North
did you see
Korea.
how did you see how they welcomed Trump?
How they trolled
With
him.
them
That
little
to
kids.
me, it was a troll.
Well, that too, but even the little kid, everybody was still in sync. They knew their part, they knew their place, they did it like it
Did you see China's
wasn't.
military parade 2 years ago?
Trump
Their
could never
military parade
get
was
anything
perfect.
like that to happen. And they probably don't even cost that much money. But Trump, no one likes Trump. Trump gets no respect. And if someone does do it because he just overpays everybody, they do it in a subpar level because they don't have to have any type of quality behind the shit. They
Well,
just have
here
to give him a few compliments, get his money, and then produce some subpar, mediocre parade like the one that he produced that cost us $40 million.
here's the grift.
That
He's
nobody went to.
he's
Exactly.
he overbids all of these projects, and then he keeps, he'll pay them some money because
Hmm.
all he and his kids said, well, we only gonna pay for what we like, so he overbids, and then they take, they may pay them something, but they ain't paying them everything, and then they take the rest and pocket the rest. So
Hmm.
that's what they do. But yeah, he just tacky. Now I'm all for like tacky, and I love, like gold and all that stuff, but he
Hmm.
is just it's just tacky.
Right.
Like
Very much.
gold leaf all over the Oval Office, black marble it's just tacky, but
But
He
that's
it's
think
that gaudy.
he think he's a king, y'all. Y'all, I don't think y'all understand. He think he's a king. That's why come he said that the White House was a shit house. He said it was horrible before he got there, and he's done updated a lot of it and made it look a whole lot better because it just wasn't up to his standards. Remember the first time he didn't like the White House, he said it was an old shack and it wasn't really good enough for him to live in.
I don't know if y'all saw that the Jinping left him with a parting gift of rose seeds,
Yeah, getting roast beef. Yeah.
and which I thought was, I'm like, oh, that's a burn, because they tore out the rose garden.
Right.
'Cause- and then they
I
were
told
all
the whole trip was a troll to me. He trolled him because he didn't get anything out of that trip. So I feel like he got trolled, especially having them kids up there to remind him about them Epstein files.
I
Because that's
think
what I thought about when I saw it.
I think all of these leaders, when he brings his kids along, I understand this is all a hustle for them. This is a hustle for them. But when you bring your kids along and all they're doing is talking about deals, and then you bring along Elon Musk, what's the other guy, Jensen Wong, um, Tim Apple, as he calls him, Tim Cook,
Tim Cook,
Tim
Harry
Cook.
Luckney.
When you're bringing these people along, that means you're unserious. You're not trying to actually like negotiate really anything, and then you you end up, he starts fires, and he's like, you guys put it out, and he thinks that his kids are actual negotiators, and when they get on TV, all they're talking about is crypto, 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 and we know that crypto is just basically it's it's a farce. Yeah, you might make a little money off of it, but it's a farce. But he is not coming off as a serious serious person to these different leaders, and you having your son-in-law go to Iran when they told you we don't want to talk to them anymore. We don't even want to talk to JD. I mean, we'll talk to Obama. That's who we'll talk to. And I know that hurts him. That hurts him down to his balls. Like that
But
is
look how they all went over there, y'all. It looked like it was a big party. Everybody went over there to go make a business deal. So that's
Right.
basically what he did. He took all his billionaire friends
Hmm.
on a government a funded trip
And
yeah.
that
guess
the
what she
taxpayers have to
did?
pay for. They all got a free ride over there, and then they all went over there and tried to make business deals.
But
That's
but
what it
that,
was.
And
that's what it
It
guess what
was.
she
was
did? Guess
yeah.
what she did? He ain't fall for the okie doke. He gave them a
Yeah.
whole bunch of promises that he ain't gonna keep. Yeah, I'll buy 200
200
that
planes.
two yeah.
They
It's
don't.
not 500. He said, I'll
Yeah.
take half. I'll give you that at least.
Instead of that 5 that I told you,
Yeah,
I go
And
yeah.
ahead.
the
I,
cra-
I yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I don't mean to keep
No,
cutting
go
y'all off.
ahead. No, you good.
Jinping doesn't. The other company that they're dealing with, Boeing has had a lot of issues, like as far as technical issues and parts issues. He's not. I mean, if he bought 200 planes, that would just be as a favor, and that's how you know he's not going to do it. If you look at the recent issues that Boeing has had, nobody wants that anymore.
And let me
Like,
tell you what the ping per let me tell you what he looking for. He want Taiwan. The reason why he wants Taiwan is probably one of the final pieces in the puzzle for them to become the super powerful of the world, because at
Mhm.
the end of the day, 90% of our chips, our AI chips, are made in Taiwan. This Our whole landscape is changing into one integrated with AI. If he can take over Taiwan and have not only us paying him for our chips now, which we will just have to do because we don't manufacture them in the United States.
Mhm.
Not only can he do that, but then he can go ahead and take he's gonna reverse engineer the technology behind it and make
Well,
better ones.
and other countries will buy from it too. So it won't just be the United States. They will be the superpower of the chips, which is going
Yep.
to make them superpower and over us. So that's what he's doing. See, Trump is playing checkers, and she is playing chess.
And you see,
But
they didn't have
this
any
is why we were in Iran, though. I'm sorry, I mean,
no,
this
go
is
ahead.
why they went to Iran. They went to Iran because China's already the world superpower. The United States never going to say that publicly, and China's not going to start barking it out like that. And if they do, they're not going to play that over here in our media. But China gets most of their oil from Iran. So the United States figured if we can control all the oil in the Middle East, we'll be able to control all the oil that goes into China. They will, in order for them to get oil from us at that point, it's not about how much they would spend. They wouldn't be spending money with each other no more. What they'd be doing is everything would be about just straight up trading the goods. Like we'll give you the oil if y'all give us these chips or whatever like that. It's not going to
Hmm.
even. They might use the money publicly just to exchange it, because that's really what money is for rich people. But that's really what this is all about. Uh, the reason why they sent all of those CEOs over from those tech companies in America with Trump is because all of those companies in China, they have to work with the government. They have to let the government in. Every company over there. So she already got all the CEOs and the people who own those companies under his belt because they have to be with the government. We don't have that over here. The government is really ran by the corporations. But
Hmm.
so he had to bring the CEOs over because they had to have, I mean, they want to bring chips making over here, but it costs the CEOs over here too much money to build all those chips and hire all these Americans. So they want to keep it overseas. It's a stupid thing. You think like they would think about themselves first as a nation. I'm talking about because they all white, the people own these American companies, but they're not thinking like that. They thinking they can negotiate some kind of deal through Xi and Trump, where they can keep all their manufacturing overseas, have to spend less money, and still have control over everything. So
Right.
they are playing a big ass game of chess. It's just that Trump is a high school kid and she is Bobby Fischer.
Well, at the end of the day, though, Deontay, just to do a counter argument of what you're saying, and that's fine that the CEOs wanted to go over there and make a deal, but no other president has took that many CEOs with them overseas to make a deal. Normally, the president go over there and he set the president. Okay, he set the standard. He set the deals up with China, and then the American economy follow after whatever the president said, whatever the guys is that the president set up. Then that's when they start making their deals. This is the first time I've ever seen all these CEOs and billionaires go take a trip to China to go over there and go make their own each individual deal. So that's weird within itself. All
First,
other presidents make the deals themselves.
it was to make him look like a powerful guy. That's what he's trying to look like, a strong man, because he's, oh, look at all, look at me, I'm so big. Look at all my CEOs. These are the CEOs that we have in America. Yeah, we got all these cool companies in America. So you really want to do business with America, don't you? And G already, I mean, he already has everything that he needs. I think the only thing that he may want is access to what's Jensen Wong's company? Those are the other chips. Um,
Well,
the I forgot.
well, let's
Uh,
think about this though for a second. If Xi Jinping gets Taiwan and they are already manufacturing AI chips. Now, I think China also manufactures them as well. And a lot of their manufacturing they do themselves. So they kind of are self reliant. They don't have to, they may import oil and stuff, but um, if they do that, then they are essentially being able to manufacture in their own country, because it'll be a part of China at that point. For us, we don't even think about just manufacturing in America. Yeah, it may cost more, but if we have businesses going other places, it leaves us open to this type of stuff happening.
but it's all about the profit at the top, though.
Yeah, they
That's
want to, make sure that they hold on to the highest profit margins, but that's what I'm saying. They gonna be rich regardless, even if it costs them more money to manufacture in the United States. It's just gonna hurt their profit margins, but they'll still be rich.
and that
So,
that's the part that disturbs me. It's like, how rich, how much more rich do you have to be at this point? Because
and
these are
how much
Oh, baby, they
compassion
would
do
have
we
sent that
really need
money.
to have for these people? No, it should just be a requirement. If it's the America First administration and you have a chip manufacturing company, you can't do business in America if you have manufacturing plants outside of America. Point blank. Period.
Well,
Bring them here.
that's what
I
Trump
don't
said
care
he was
about the
going to
cost. But then Democrats are coming out like Rokana talking about, well, yeah, they should come back into the United States and we should incentivize them with subsidies.
do.
And I
No.
feel like we should stop with this subsidies thing. This is welfare for business people. Everybody always wants to put down black people and say they're, the kings and queens of welfare. But welfare is what made the richest man in the world the richest man in the world. American subsidies, aka welfare. And we need to stop it. It needs to come to an end. If they want to do business here and they have to pay more to get manufacturing done here, so be it. Oh well.
But
but
that's
this
what Trump did in the first administration. Remember, he put a tariff on the products. If remember, he said if you got a business overseas, he said he was trying to incentivize them to come back to America. And if they had a business overseas, then he put an extra tax on their
Now,
products.
I don't think tariffs is the answer, because
mm-mm,
if a
mm-mm.
American consumer wants to purchase something overseas, they shouldn't have to pay more. I don't think that that's right, but I do think that we should have if you want to have a chip manufacturing company and for national security, you have to have manufacturing done in the United States. Period.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think first of all, we need to start taxing these companies appropriately. I think we need to start taxing the billionaires appropriately. You know, they will still be rich. They will still be rich. I'm sorry. I mean, at least, 3 or 4 years of them paying higher taxes, and that may mean that they're going to leave and they're going to go to other countries, and you're already doing business in other countries. But like a lot of these companies who perform most of their business, or their businesses are filed here in the United States, and their operations are mainly offshore somewhere. It's absolutely ridiculous that
Right.
that we as Americans don't benefit from it. Like especially like a Elon Musk, and I have a problem with. I don't like him, period. But I have a problem with him coming over to this country and telling us how bad we are, and then stripping our whole government processes down, saying you let go of everybody who was competent, and then later on called them back and it's like, well, we need you guys to come back now because we actually don't know what you're doing. Nobody knows how to do your job.
Well, it's crazy that a lot of the things that have happened in our American government have happened at the hands of people who weren't even born here.
It's
These
So
people are globalists. So that's the thing. I I used to not understand what they meant when they were getting into this whole globalist versus nationalist, and you got them on both sides. It's democratic globalists and a lot of them are globalists, but then you got democratic nationalists. Same thing with the Republicans. The globalists, they don't care about their country first. They want power all over the world because the way the market has been set up, you can have power anywhere. China is all up in Africa right now, just
right.
like America and Europe was. And China is just giving better deals to the Africans. So they transitioning from Europeans to Chinese, in a lot of places. Then a lot of African countries are just going straight up independent with the help of China.
Hmm.
But over here, I mean, because think about it, we have uh, factories over here from Korea, China. They sell. I think Georgia just had a Kia factory built down there some years ago. So they setting up shop over here and selling directly to us, and we do the same thing in their countries.
To avoid
That
tariffs
just because it's cheaper. It's way cheaper to build a car in America and sell it there
in America,
than
right?
to ship it
Ship
all the way
it.
from yeah. Because yeah,
That's why
it's the
come
same thing
Nissan.
over
That's why
here.
come Nissan here.
Yeah, they are.
Nissan,
Yeah,
yeah, Nissan is Japanese.
yeah. Oh, yeah. We got companies all over. I mean, it's multinational all over the place. Like we already work together. The whole world already works together. Like so, it's just stuff that they fighting over is who controls the resources. But see, Trump is a nationalist. Like I said, his first time he was in office, he was against all of this. He was trying to bring the money and then the factories and everything back. And if they would bring all these factories back, every single one, it would turn us back up because Americans buy more than any other country in the world. Like I think we buy more than the second country in the world, like double them. We buy,
Yeah, we're a
and
consumer
We're
nation.
consumerists. Our income and our GDP, most of it is just debt. So we just buy.
but yeah, imagine if we built everything. When Trump and Reagan was talking about make America great again, it was a time between the 40s and the 80s, really the 90s, 40s and the 90s, where everything that America was just buying, 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 we was building, 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 building. So the money was just doing backflips in the banks.
Right.
Like that's why everything was. It wasn't that everything was cheaper back then. Our dollar was just super strong.
Yeah.
Like now, because everything is gone, it's weak. The globalist dudes, they don't care about that. They looking at the world market. They don't care about what happens over here. you see what this AI thing is doing. Elon Musk said, yeah, eventually AI is going to take 70% of all the jobs, and the government is going to have to subsidize everybody somehow. Basically, everybody going to be getting paid checks by the government because they can't work.
And we know that's bullshit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and the poor people gonna get the lowest check. But HT Ball said that
Well, see, this is the reason why they are trying to, and I didn't mean to cut you off. I said what I said, but just before I forget my thought, this is the reason
okay.
why I feel like they're eliminating the middle class. Because yeah, everybody will get. I imagine if they try to pull something like that, everybody will get the same amount of money. They don't give a damn about race and shit like that. The way that these low level, you know, I I think they look at white as the supreme race, but I do think that they still have some amount of disdain for the middle class white people. Like I don't think that they really consider them, worth.
They're not real patriots.
Yeah, they don't like the trailer parks,
Yeah,
white people and all.
they believe in
Those
them
are
also.
throwaways. Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
But one of our subscribers said that you have a specific amount of globalism being a capitalist country, and he said the problem is that people have been convinced that regulation is bad shit, and he said that's how we got here from deregulating everything. And you're absolutely right about the deregulation, but also these companies do go to other countries because it's cheaper to produce their product because the labor is cheaper. And if they're not moving to another country, then they're outsourcing to another country. And then they'll
Yep.
allow a lot, and then I don't talk a lot about people that's not from our country, but they'll allow a lot of foreigners to buy up all of our small businesses like hotels and stuff. You can't go to a hotel where an
Yeah.
American actually own one now. You can't really go to 7-Eleven where an American own it. You can't
It's a
really.
lot of. Go ahead.
Well,
Sorry.
I'm just saying. Let me just put it like this: it's a lot of businesses that's being bought out by other people from other countries, and they're just like Minion said, they're just Xing us out. The robots and the foreigners are is going to take up, all the capital, and the robots going to take up all the jobs, and most of the foreigners are going to own the other small businesses. Unfortunately, and that's the route that we're going. That's what's going on right now.
That's when you take it back to us though, what you were just saying, right? It's not that they're allowing these other foreigners to come in and do this. Like, I mean, obviously they are, but it's because it's a free market. Everybody can do it. You don't even have to be a citizen in some places out in the world to own and companies and have them over there. But we could do the same thing. Like just back to us real quick. Like we have enough black people, especially I think it's like 1 million black people in America that's millionaires, right? And it's a little over 50 million of us. So that's about right, the 1% or whatever. But uh, we could have hotels, all kinds of hospitals. I mean, there's nothing we can't have or can't do. Black people can't wait to tell you how educated they are, how they the CEO it is, so they the head it is, or the vice president of this, and but like we don't own any of these things that we're actually in, and we can now. We got the money, we got the intelligence to do it. We know how we are. Some of these companies in this country are being ran by black people, and they're making hella profit. Just all kind of ideas are coming out of them, but because you work for these people, every idea to come out your head while you're getting paid for them, and then they building, and none of that concept belongs to them when it could be ours.
That's
Like
their intellectual property, not yours.
yeah, and we have everything it takes. We got the capital, and I mean, this is real simple. Like a lot of these companies that are huge now, they were started up by people like GE, for example, General Electric. JP Morgan started that company because he had the money from his bank. He started it with Thomas Edison. And Thomas Edison, you know what I'm saying? Thomas Edison was just a regular broke little inventor. But he believed in Thomas. They worked their way up and they started GE together. Now they fucking make weapons and refrigerators. You know what I'm saying? So it's we could be doing the same thing. So we can get a piece of the market, and I do believe we're going to get it. But like we said earlier, we just got to come together because once we able to come to the table instead of being underneath it trying to pick up the crumbs, it's over with. So nobody cook like we do, you know.
Well, I think that we need to stop trying to be at their table and just create a whole new table
Create
and just
our own
have our own
table.
table.
Right.
You know,
Let
like
me let y'all check this out. Have y'all ever seen this guy here?
Radio. Well, I did TV and then radio, and I was into radio until YouTube things started. How is the radio? Are you on YouTube and radio or just radio?
You know, I am on FM and AM, but my larger audience is national, and it's because of social media.
You know,
I have about
have y'all seen that
500,000
black
listens a
man?
day. That's Facebook, that's
Come on,
YouTube, that's
Jesse
X,
Peterson,
that's TikTok.
Lee Peterson.
So even though I am on the
Uh-huh.
radio, and I used to be on an FM AM radio station in Las Vegas,
What do y'all
I
think
think
about
of
him?
it more as a podcast studio.
Oh,
Even
he's
though I
super
do
cool.
a
He
show live every
record
day,
like
99%
he's
of
super.
my
I can't
listeners
even.
and 99%
Cole,
of my
look at him,
callers are
super
national.
cool.
He the cool leader.
Yeah, he the head of the coon.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Man, you showed me him one night. I got hot as fish grease looking at this.
He's
nigga.
like the Samuel L. Jackson character that played in
Yes.
Django
Steven.
Unchained.
That's
Django,
exactly
yeah.
who I called him betterment.
Yes.
He
But
is just like Steve. He's worse than Steven because do you think do you think white America or something he'll say something stupid?
the
Do
great
you
white hope is
yeah,
when
do
it
you
comes to Trump.
do you think Trump is a great white hope? Amazing.
He's
Like
hilarious to me
Prime
because I
example of
can't
selling
take him
your soul.
serious.
he's
Because
It's
the
a prime
Cooney
example.
is too unreal for me to be able to take him serious. Like
amazing. It's like, sir, you
Ruckus in real life, Uncle Ruckus from the Boondocks in real life.
Right.
Jesse. I don't know if you ever saw. He did an interview with what's the other Unke Tommy Sotomayor
Uh huh.
and Lunell. I
Oh,
don't know if this was a few years ago during COVID. If y'all know if y'all ever saw that, but it was actually a pretty decent interview. Like the conversation between Lunell and Tommy Sotomayor, it was very
yeah.
civil, but Jesse kept trying to poke the bear, and Lunell she wasn't having it. She came on some grown woman, and Tommy was actually on good behavior, his good behavior, and Jesse he he he's just an agitator.
That's it.
That's all he is.
He's almost as bad as Chud the Builder. It's just that he doesn't
Go out and
threaten anybody, and
yeah.
he's doing it in a cunning way. But he know he's pissing everybody off when he say
Right.
what he say.
He know it.
He said, "Do you know Black Lives Matter is just a bunch of black lesbians?"
Yeah, just say something outrageous. Like you don't believe this shit. You just saying this to get a rage bait. You know what I'm saying? Like
He to get a moment to just get that
Man,
get
I
that
feel like
moment.
somebody paying him to saying that. I feel like he's being paid to say it also.
But he got
but it's
caught
still
out there.
dangerous.
It is. He got caught out there. A few of his boyfriends came out and said that he groomed them.
I
So
can't believe he actually had anybody that attracted to him.
I mean, you pay enough,
Man or
everybody.
woman.
If you pay enough, people will come. If
You
you
right.
pay, they
You
will
right.
come.
You right. Trump got a wife.
If you
So
pay enough, they'll come.
But yeah, like he is like a Chud the Builder. I feel like is more dangerous because there are more white people in this country than there are black people, and they this government, this country, like propaganda, they intentionally they even though the government is the one that is that's causing the problems for us currently, um, they need to keep us distracted, you know, to a certain extent. So they need
Exactly.
they need us warring against each other, even though
Each other, right?
we don't have like any problems because you mind your business, I mind my business,
Because that's what we
whatever.
really wanted. To be honest, I don't give a damn what the next person, white, black, Mexican, gay, straight, fat, small. I don't give a damn what the next person doing as long as you're not interfering with my ability to live my life and do what I need to do. I could care less. So I
Yeah,
don't
and
understand why what this obsession is.
they just, I mean, they find they need to make sure that we are against each other at all times. So you see, you know, like I was saying earlier, um, too many black people congregated together. What are y'all doing? Is this a gang? Like, you know, so they're gonna put that propaganda out there that on 63rd and 5th, there was a group of black people spotted having a very good time. So here they come trying to poke with you. So they just constantly need to spark up something. So somebody like Chud, he's young. He has a audience that is they've been raised on the internet. So all they know is just all this aggression and just internet propaganda and these sick fantasies about doing something harmful to somebody. And
Mhm.
he goes out there and it's getting results because people are interacting with him. I mean, if you just ignore him, you won't, you know, to a certain point, if you just ignore him, he might go away. But he wants you to interact with him. He wants you to engage with him, and now he got what he wanted with a Jesse Lee Peterson. He's
Well, I don't
just
know if this the way he wanted it, but he definitely got something out of it.
you asked for it. I mean,
Yeah.
he said it all. What I forgot what the brother on stage said. What he that tweet he put out about y'all gonna be marching or something.
Yeah,
When
because
he
I'm
lay
free
somebody down on the
after,
pavement,
yeah.
y'all gonna be marching.
You gonna be marching. Well, he better hope that that man that recovers because if this is chalked up, if this man ends up passing because of his injuries, you you're in some trouble, sir. Like you're in more trouble than what you're in right
Do
now.
you know in most states you get more time for attempted murder than you do for real murder?
Mm, mm, mm.
Well, because it's premeditated.
Well, I don't know
And
why,
see,
but it seems like you get more time when it's attempted than it is when you actually commit it.
Mm.
well, I definitely think he's gonna end up doing some time for sure. But how much and what the charges are gonna end up, uh, which charges are gonna stick,
Hmm.
we're gonna have to.
I hope they add more charges.
I do too.
Add more, and then that gives the jury some variety. You
Well, they
gotta
said they were looking for other charges that they could charge him with.
Right.
Okay. Well, see, there you
L-
go. Like, go ahead. Sorry.
No, no. Well, let's just go ahead and look at the Lee Peterson in case some of the viewers hasn't seen him before. And
Amazing.
amazing,
So I think of it more as a podcast, even though it is radio, if
amazing.
that makes sense.
Yeah, amazing. Yeah, I wonder because I'm on radio in Memphis, Tennessee as well, and radio doesn't seem to be as popular. And I think the young
Now,
people went to YouTube. The older people may have stayed with radio.
yeah, I've been doing radio for 24 years, but 2 or 3 years ago, I made the switch kind of to doing YouTube and
Yeah.
TikTok, and it's given me so many great opportunities. I mean, I do Pierce Morgan at least once, twice a month. I've done the Tim Pool show multiple times, and I do a lot of shows like this one. I do a lot of shows not because I'm on radio, but because of the audience I get
Yeah.
from YouTube. So I'm very grateful for that.
What's important to you?
As far as what? As far as
You trying to sound
politics,
so
or as far as
different.
what?
Period.
M-O-T-T-E.
What's important? What's important to Brian Shapiro?
My family, my parents, I love them very much. My friends. After family and friends, life is extremely short. So I want to do things that make me happy. I'm a big sports fan. I love good restaurants. I like going out, having a good time. But number one is family and friends. And then, of course, after all that stuff is work. You know, I'm very passionate about my job. I'm very passionate about politics, as I'm sure you already know.
Yeah.
But I would put it in that order. My family and friends come first before anything else.
And are you, I know you are into politics, right?
Mm-hmm. That's what I do. That's my job. Yep.
Yeah. And so are you conservative or conservative or Democrat, liberal?
Neither. I'm very anti-Donald Trump. I think the only person that you could find that hates Donald Trump more than I do is maybe Melania. I've been a registered independent my whole life. I didn't vote for Obama. I did not vote for Hillary. I lean to the left on social issues, and the more and more of Trump, the more to the left, I guess, maybe I go. But I'm a registered independent, and I just don't know how anybody could support Donald Trump at this stage of the game. I just don't understand it.
And before I get to him, did you support Biden and Barack Obama?
Yes. No, I did not vote for Barack Obama. I did vote for Joe Biden because it was an anti-Donald Trump vote.
Oh, that's the only reason you voted for
and
him?
I voted, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I mean, I can give you a lot of reasons why I don't like Donald Trump, but yes, it was more of an anti-Donald Trump than a pro-Joe Biden vote.
Really? That's amazing. Why do you hate the Great White Hope so much? You know who
well,
the
first
Great
of all,
White
I don't
Hope
tend
is,
to support. Yeah, I do.
And who is the Great White
But
Hope?
you asked me. Well, it's not Donald Trump. I can tell you that.
Who is it then?
Who's the Great White Hope? You tell me.
Donald Trump. I thought you heard of the Great White Hope.
Well, I wouldn't consider anybody
amazing. Yeah. They say, "What manner of man is this? The
That
wind and the sea obeys him." Some people call him king, and they hold rallies for him. Some people call him daddy, but I call him the Great White Hope. Amazing.
He's embarrassing.
With respect, I'm going to be honest with you. Anybody who calls him a king is an idiot. He's a 34 count.
He is embarrassing to the black community. Like
amazing.
It's amazing.
It's crazy how he just want to kiss white ass, and white people don't like him like that.
No, they don't respect that. See, we were talking about earlier about respecting people with some kind of power, right? One of the things that they really don't respect, like on contrary to popular belief, is motherfucking, I'm sorry, these damn house niggas, man. Like, it might be some white people who like to have them around because they can be like, yeah, damn, you know, but that's just because they clown them. You are a man without a country if you're not for your people, if you don't like your people, because there's nobody else who's going to accept you outside of what they can use you for. You a pet, you a slave, you a joke, you a pawn to anybody else but your people. That's what they don't respect this dude. The only reason they give him any kind of play is because they know that, okay, we got one, and he's antagonizing the other blacks. And maybe he can get some more to think like him, but they don't respect people like I'm talking about white people. They don't respect people like this dude, especially the ones with any kind of power, any kind of influence.
I think he's trying to beat Donald Trump personally. He won't Trump to invite him to the White House.
Man, this dude said, didn't the Great White Hope get knocked out? I can't remember. Wasn't that Jack Johnson who was knocking them dudes out? And they finally lined one up and said he's the Great White Hope. I can't remember if he. I'm pretty sure he got knocked out.
But that's the whole thing. The Great White Hope lost. So is he trying to be? Yeah. So is he trying to be funny by calling him the Great White Hope because he's losing, or? I mean.
No, he is super smart. This dude is trying to become the head of the Cum Illuminati. You know, he's winning the ticket.
Felon. He's a liable sexual abuser. He's a racist. He's a pig. He's cheated on every woman he's ever been with. He's in the Epstein files over 30,000 times.
Well, have you seen the people call him king? They hold rallies.
Because there's a lot of people that are stupid in this country, that are ill-informed. What do you want me to tell you? I mean, there's a lot of people in this country. I talk to them every day. They're very ignorant people. They're stupid, and they don't understand this man is a con man, and he's given the biggest tax breaks to the top 1%. He's got us into an ill-advised war. He's a horrific human being. And by the way, the presidency isn't for a king. The president isn't a king. So anybody who looks up to him like the next Messiah is in a cult.
So when
I don't know what else to tell you.
When you see those people holding the rallies around the country, honoring Donald Trump, what do you think about that? And these people, like Democrats, they're liberals, they're radicals, and they still hold rallies calling Donald Trump king. What do you say to that?
Well, I went to those No Kings rallies, if that's what you're referring to.
Yes.
And there's a reason why his approval ratings are in the dumpster. There's a reason why he's fired a lot of people, because he doesn't know how to hire competent people. There's a reason why the midterms are going to be a bloodbath for Republicans. It's because Donald Trump is a failure. I mean, you tell me, what has he done positive here in this year and a half? What has he done good for the American people?
He shut down the borders.
Okay, so let's talk about immigration. Let's do one at a time. Let's talk about immigration. Do you think it's proper for somebody that's been in this country 20 or 30 years, that's a nonviolent criminal, to be sent to an El Salvador prison with no due process? You think that's good immigration policy?
If they're here illegally and they commit a crime, absolutely. But if they're here illegally and where they have committed a crime by being here illegally, he should ship them back home. Do you agree to that? He should ship the illegals back.
But he's not doing that.
No,
but he's not doing that.
I asked, do you agree that he should ship the illegals back?
Are you talking about violent criminals or nonviolent criminals?
No, I'm talking about the people that are here illegally. Should he ship
I'll
them
answer
back?
that. I'll answer that. So first of all, let's start with violent illegal criminals. 100%.
Wait, just slow down for a minute, Brian. Brian, hold on. You agree with me that the Great White Hope should ship the ones that are here illegal back to wherever they came from, right?
Well, first of all, he's not white, he's orange. So let's be categorically correct. He's the Orange Hope. If you want to call him the Orange Hope, he's not even white. He's orange. Number two, I don't agree with deporting people that have been here, even if they're undocumented. If they've lived here for decades and they're nonviolent criminals and they have families here, there has to be some sort of pathway to citizenship for many of these people that are good people. And the Trump administration. So I guess the answer is no.
And
the Trump administration is breaking the law.
Slow down a little bit. We're going to get to all those issues.
Are you talking, Minion? Because we can't hear you if you are.
Oh, my bad. I had my other mute button pressed. I thought somebody had wanted to say something. I heard some feedback while I was playing, so I had paused it, but I was just about to say, it's funny how he keeps saying, hold on, calm down. Like the man is so worked up and shit.
He say, slow down.
Yeah.
And he trying to be funny because he's saying that the Democrats are calling Trump a king, and he know what the reference is and what the meaning is and the reason why those people are marching, but he's just trying to be funny and stupid at the same time.
A lot of liberals are even calling him king and holding rallies and stuff. Like, sir, shut your... That is not what they're doing.
If somebody moved into your home illegally and you were out of the country vacation or whatever, you came back and they've been there for a year and they appear to be good citizens, would you leave them? You let them stay in your home?
No. Yeah, so I'll answer that. First of all, terrible analogy with respect. Breaking into somebody's home is a felony. Coming into the country illegally is a misdemeanor. No, it's not. How do you not know that?
It's breaking the law.
How could you do a show? But how could you do a show and not know that? Hold on a second. You just said it's a felony to be in this country illegally?
But it's illegal to come into the country illegally.
Okay, it's a misdemeanor.
You agree to that, right?
I understand. It's a misdemeanor.
It's a felony to break. You let them stay in your home if they broke into
I'm telling you, breaking into somebody's home is a felony. It's not a misdemeanor. We're talking about two separate crimes. The answer is no. If you break into somebody's home, it's a felony. If you come into the country illegally, it's a misdemeanor. That's a false analogy you're giving me.
But they're still
Give me an
breaking the
example
law,
of a
Brian.
misdemeanor.
Brian, why would you let them stay in your home? They're good people.
So you want people held to account for breaking the law? Is that what you're saying?
I want them held to account for breaking into
What about a 34 count?
Hold on.
Then why would you?
I want them held to account for breaking into my country illegally. Is that fair?
Okay. You want them held to account for breaking into your country illegally.
Yes.
You want people held to account for breaking the law. Then why would you support a 34 count felon?
No, that's not the question, Brian. Am I wrong?
Well, you're contradicting yourself.
Am I wrong for wanting them to be sent back for breaking into my country?
That's what I'm saying. If you feel like this, if you want all the criminals to be held accountable and held to account, then why the fuck isn't Donald Trump behind bars in jail? You can't just cherry pick the criminals that you want to be held accountable.
This dude just trying to gaslight Brian and everybody else he talked to.
Right.
That's the name of his game.
Illegally into America.
Not if they're deported illegally.
What?
Not if they're deported illegally. Are you aware of the guy who you support?
Right, I don't understand the question.
Well,
I'm
I
asking
understand. I'm going to try to
asking you one specific question first.
I'm trying to answer your question.
Am I wrong for wanting them to be and appreciating the fact that they're being sent back for breaking into the country illegally? Is that wrong?
The way Donald Trump is doing it is wrong. You're not describing it correctly. It's not that he's deporting these people back to their countries.
That's not the question, Brian.
You're not answering.
Is it wrong?
Okay. So you're saying if they're deported by the law, is that what you're asking me? If they're being deported the right way, you're asking me if I agree or disagree or if that's okay?
I'm asking
is that what you're asking me?
Is it wrong to have them sent back to their country for breaking into the country illegally? Is that wrong to send them back?
If they are not seeking asylum, and if the Trump administration is not breaking the law, then no, that's not
the
legally
question,
wrong. But the point I'm trying to convey to you,
Brian, I know we're going to get to your point.
I just answered your question.
Am I wrong?
Is
it wrong to send them back if they broke into the country illegally? They came here illegally. They broke the law. Is it
where
wrong
are they
to send them back
and where
to
are they
their
getting
country?
sent back?
Is it wrong to send them back to their country?
If they're doing it that way, although I disagree with it.
I didn't ask you how they were doing it. I'm asking
legally.
I didn't ask you how they were doing it, Brian.
It's not legally wrong.
Brian, that's not the question.
It's not legally wrong. I understand. I'm answering your question. It's not legally wrong, but the way you're characterizing the question, you're making it sound like that's what the Trump administration is doing. And I'm telling you, in a lot of cases, they're not doing it that way.
It was just a simple question. I didn't ask if Donald Trump was doing it right or wrong. I asked you a simple question.
Then I will say it's not legally wrong for you to think that if somebody is illegal in this country and they're being deported back to their country, not in a prison, then it's not wrong for you to think that way. No.
No, I'm asking is it wrong, Brian? Is it wrong or right to send them back to their
the way?
Is it wrong or right? You sound
the way
so
you be
stupid.
trying to get Brian to slow that, Brian, calm down, Brian. Calm down, Brian.
And why he can't say wrong?
Yeah, it's a G on the wrong.
Right.
Wrong.
Man, you get your uncle. Just go get your uncle, cause
I don't even think that man ain't a part of the black community.
He ain't nobody's uncle.
Okay, he ain't nobody's uncle.
Okay, cause he
but
was my
he
nerves.
Uncle Ruckus, but
country.
He do look like somebody painted his skin too. This dude.
Yeah, he went crazy with that Beijing on his beard.
Yeah.
And the foundation on his face.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Look like somebody painted something on him, man. Yeah, you know, this whole immigration thing. Oh, it's my bad. This immigration thing, like he kept trying to get this guy, what's his name, Brian, he didn't want to answer the question, but he kind of answered it a few times. Finally, he was basically saying, "Do you think if somebody breaks into the country illegally, that they should be sent back?" You know, and Brian basically said, he said, as long as they're not seeking asylum and Trump's not doing it illegally, then he said he didn't like it, but yeah, because he understands, and I actually agreed with that, especially after I saw what was going. I think we all saw what was going on the last few years, where when those immigrants were coming over illegally, and those southern city mayors and governors was putting them in buses and planes and taking and sending them to Chicago and New York because they were sanctuary cities, just dropping them off there. And I'm like, why are they doing that? That's stupid. Like, that don't make sense. Like, now you waste. But then I saw why they did it. They said, okay, since y'all think this is cool and y'all fighting for this, here you go. You know what I'm saying? Like, now y'all got to deal with it. And then the citizens in those cities was getting pissed because they were opening up schools and recreation centers that were closed down to their own citizens in order to, have places for these people to stay. They was giving them all kind of benefits and everything, and they weren't taxpaying. I mean, it got out of control for them, and it was even a lot of Democratic people who didn't like that after it started to affect them. So I do understand that, and it's funny because when he asked, he said, "What did Trump ever do?" First thing anybody can say is the whole immigration thing. However, he did it, right? Other than that, don't nobody care about. You can let 20 million of them bad boys in here now compared to what's going on. Like that immigration thing don't even matter compared to what Trump done got everybody into now. So
They're
I
not
would,
deporting
I,
anybody. They're putting people in concentration camps. They're not deporting these people.
Yeah,
So
and
when
building
people
more.
yeah, and when people make that argument, the argument is they're not sending them to their countries. They're sending them to a damn uh
they're sending them to other
concentration camp.
countries. They're sending them.
No, ma'am, they're
No,
not.
they're
They're putting
sending
these
them
people
to
in camps.
concentration
No,
camps.
I know they're putting them in concentration camps, but they have also made deals with certain U.S. territories where these people are going to, like, they're basically indentured
Servants.
servants. Yes, and in some other countries they're doing like horrific
Purgatory,
things.
just
Yeah,
until they
yeah.
die.
Yes. So I would much rather. I mean, I had a problem with like some of like them just shoving benefits and all that stuff at um the people who were coming in claiming
Perpetuity,
asylum.
that's what I meant.
I had a problem with that. It's like, well, if they're giving somebody who's not a citizen all these benefits, like I need help. Can I get $10,000 on a debit card or $2,500 on a debit card? I need some help too. But I would much rather pay for somebody, pay for a family who needs assistance coming into this country than what they about to pull off with this $10 billion settlement from him suing the IRS and him paying himself $10 billion.
Right.
Well, they just voted all that down, so that ain't gonna happen. A lot of times Trump throws shit out there just to shock everybody or
But
just
the
change
fact
the
that he
news
would do
cycle.
it and you the president of the United States, you should be looking out for the best interests of the
He said
taxpaying
he don't care
public.
about us. I don't know what part of that y'all don't
Precisely.
understand.
I mean, I know. Trust me, I
Yeah.
know.
I don't know
But
what part do y'all not. He said, I do not give a damn about y'all American people. Is what he had said. He don't give a damn.
he said the best y'all can do is pay for my ballroom,
All
pay
right.
for my private jet that was gifted to me to
My
be
golden orange.
upgraded, pay for my golden arch, pay for my statues. That's all I
Yeah.
need y'all for.
The
You know.
reflector pool, so I can walk by and put my name on it, and the Kennedy
Right.
Center, and
Right.
all these different projects. That's all he's concerned about. He's concerned about leaving his legacy and his footprint on the presidency of the United States, as if the next president is not gonna come down and tear all that mess down. They're
And
gonna
the
take
crazy
all the gold out. They're gonna If you build an arch, they're gonna tear that down. They're gonna tear everything down that you try to build up and leave your
And
name
we're
on.
gonna be okay with paying those tax dollars towards that.
that
Right.
yes. And the crazy part is that I think he's gonna try to like find a way to license his name so that we the taxpayers pay him for him to slap his name on every single thing. Because
Well, that's what I was gonna say. If we do have another president, the way that they trying to go. If they, if they take over I just see them trying to basically make it to where he can just keep the office and they can keep scamming and doing what they want. They don't give a damn about what he says or what he does. Hell, they're getting astronomically rich in ways that they probably never even dreamed possible with him being in office. So they're
Yeah,
gonna.
they've never seen this type of, which is crazy to me. Like how I think they've never seen this type of scandal before. Like just so blatant that they just act like they're so shocked and surprised that they don't know what to do. The proper thing to do is do what Korea did, or and arrest him. Like arrest him. Have the military step in and arrest him. They're not like there's no
If you
there.
ask me, we are divided in half Republican, half Democrat. I believe that now that the Republicans are in office, the reason why they praise Xi Jinping and the reason why they praise uh all these dictators is because that's what they want for the American people. Like the last comment said, the Republicans have always wanted one party authoritarianism for decades. I could see that. I could see that.
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to like tries to turn over power, skip over JD and turn over power to one of his kids.
They planning to rig the election in some kind of way. Obviously, they've redistrict to where there's I don't think any Democratic seats in Tennessee or one of those places that they just finished redistricting in.
Yeah,
So
Tennessee and Louisiana.
so they're willing to go the full gam. They don't. There's no low that they won't steep to, and that's scary. And that means that there's probably going to be some issues with the election.
Meanwhile, the Supreme Court shot Virginia down and said that they couldn't do it, but they're allowing these other states to do it. They allow Tennessee to change their maps in the middle of an election, but they say Virginia can't use their maps. They're illegal. So whoever running for government, whoever running for office, they better be having Supreme Court reform in their mouth when they're talking about they want to be a candidate. They need to have consequences for Trump if you want to be a candidate. I'm not voting for you. You're not talking about no consequences, and you're not talking about no reform. You're not talking about reforming the Supreme Court. Then there's no point in voting because that's basically what the next president need to do. And forget all of that Gerald Ford shit about pardoning him and
No.
forgiving him. And no, we're not having none of that. He needs to go to jail.
If you ask me, and I hate that we have gotten to this point that I have to even say this, but I think that Congress should be a representation of all the races that live in America. Everybody should have some type of representation by race. It just has to be that way because otherwise there won't be any representation for us.
Yes, it needs to be like yeah, yes. I'm at that point. Yes, at this point, I'm with you, but it's it's too much. It's too shaky. But I honestly, I was telling my friend, I said I don't think it's gonna be. They're worried about black people. They're still worried about the black vote and the black vote kind of making sure that they don't get in power. I think they should be worried about their own people, those poor white people, because those are the ones that tend to go crazy. They don't know how to handle struggle and strife, and they don't know how to handle like we do. We are survivors, but when they get put into a situation and
Hmm.
they get all this everything in their life stripped away from them, they money, job, house. Those are the ones that go postal. So those are the ones that need to be worried about.
Yeah, we're not gonna have a great summer. This big bullshit bill is coming out in next month in June,
Mm-hmm.
and that's when everybody really getting ready to feel the burn. You think you're struggling now, you really getting ready to struggle.
Mm, mm, mm.
Once you start paying for this big beautiful bill, we already don't have no money, right? It's going all to the war. So the rest of the money that's left over, it's not gonna go to the American public. It's gonna go to the billionaires
Billionaires.
and millionaires. That's right. And they don't have to
And,
pay any taxes.
and it had already started confiscating people's lands for these data centers. They already started doing eminent domains. States of like so. A lot of those YT people, already starting to feel the burn of it. Um, they just don't know how to handle it just yet. But if I were any of those Republicans, especially like a Lindsey Graham, um, a Mike Johnson, all those people, I'd be extremely scared because who else? Oh, what's the really really old one? The one that they can barely stand up.
Mitch McConnell.
Oh God, yes, him.
Yeah, you about the one that freeze every 5 minutes and don't know what's going on no more.
They gotta whisper to him. You're supposed to do this now. You supposed he's
Like,
supposed
sir,
to.
go home. Why? Just go home. Shit.
They ask him a
Yeah,
question and he
Mitch
fall
won't let it
down.
go.
Huh?
Yeah, Mitch won't let it go, man. He's done.
Maxine
But
Waters, it's a lot of them that won't let it go. Deontay, I
yeah,
love Maxine Waters. She did a great job. Baby, go home.
Pelosi, yeah, they not trying to Schumer. They not trying to go. They gonna die at their death. Signing a check to their little hidden escort or something. But what y'all was saying a second ago about having each race be represented in Congress, I'm gonna tell you what we can do for real. And there are people that's already doing this. Groups of people. We can take over a state, the state laws, and then the local laws within the state. Um, we could actually control that. We couldn't control the federal laws because even if we were represented, we still could be 13% of the body. Um, but if we like, I don't know what the most populated state is of black people, Mississippi, or I don't know what state it is, but whatever it is, imagine if everybody decides, not everybody go live down there, but you start to concentrate on that state and you get all the voters there to vote within their city, local governments, and within the state government. You could have the
What?
governor, all the state senators and state representatives black, all the mayors black. Then you can control what the laws are, what the regulations are, all of that. You can start building. I mean, once you take over that, then you can create some kind of internal power in the system through a state, rather than trying to do it throughout the whole country. Because it's not enough of us when we spread out too far all over the place.
That's true. And if everybody did move to one state, all black people, it might make it a lot more affordable. The property value will probably go down. Um, I no, but also I feel like the only thing with that is that black people in power tend to be a little corrupt, as we have seen in the south suburbs in Illinois. They have black mayors that seemingly do not care about their majority black community's well-being. Chicago, they pretty much, like you said, started valuing immigrants over the black community, and
That's
so
because of the Democrats. All of these black elected officials in these local and state politics, just like national ones, are all Democratic. They all have to follow the line. They, I saw those meetings they had in the city hall in Chicago. You got a black mayor with hundreds of black constituents telling him this is some bullshit, right? And
right.
it wasn't nothing he could really do because all they did was get him elected off of a lie that I'm gonna do good for y'all and I'm black and I can dance and I know some lyrics from Kanye. And then once he got in office, he did whatever they told him to do. And the party line is we we let immigrants in here and do whatever they need to do. So if we were to have that situation with the state, right, takeover, type of deal. We don't have to elect people that are Democrats or Republicans. But I mean, we can still elect black people who are not a part of those parties as long as we back them. That's all. That's the only reason that they even go to these parties is because they already got the money and the machine set up for them. We can create new machines and new money. We the ones who donate to them anyway. Just donate that somewhere else.
Well, also, I think that that donating aspect of it is where a lot of times you get a corrupt, where it becomes a little bit more corrupt, where people are in it for how much they can get out of the people as well. Um, I think that people need to have a pure heart and need to be public servant minded. There should be a cap on how much they can make every year, and maybe we even have politician politician communities where they live in subsidized housing. I don't know, but I do think that the corruption comes from trying to get as many donations as you want, trying to, having people in your ear giving you money and bribing you for services that you can render due to your office and stuff like that. Like, I think the money aspect is the biggest issue when it comes to these politicians. They don't need to be in it for the money. They need to be in it.
So, yeah, I totally agree with you. Like, have you seen? I mean, it was a meme going around a minute ago where they were showing all of the salaries of the major Democratic congressmen, like Pelosi and all of them, and then it was showing what their net worths were. I mean, these people are worth tens of millions, some of them hundreds of millions of dollars, and they're getting paid like 185,000 a year. That's their salary. So there's no way, even after 30 years, you done made tens of millions of dollars. They're
Right.
doing inside trading. It's so many different things they're doing. But that's what I was saying a second ago is that we get to pick these people. Think about it. Most of the time, you don't know who these candidates are until they introduce them to you. Now, nobody knew who Barack was. If they even remembered that he gave a speech in '04 at the Democratic convention, most people didn't even remember he gave a speech there. They didn't know him until '07 when he got elected as a senator. And in 18 months after he got sworn in as United States Senator, he announced his presidency. He was fast tracked and pushed through. You know,
Right.
and all of these politicians are. I mean, I'm up here in Ohio, and I mean during elections cycle, we get these flyers in the mail, and it's like Democratic. You know, I'm registered as a Democrat, so I'm looking at it, and I'm just seeing all these faces up here. I've never seen them, never heard of them. They got the little backstory on the website. It's already done for them. You know, like, and you know what they in it for, especially the higher up in office you go. But trust me, I'm sure y'all see it in y'all areas too. There are people who run for office who aren't being backed by these big parties. They might be registered as a Democrat, but they not who the party wants to get behind. Or they might be independents. Or shit, they might even be a damn Republican and they're a black person that's running, you know, whatever it is. We still get the vote for who we get the vote for. You know, like that's what matters the most. Like it's people out here who are willing to do the job the right way. They just not getting the funding.
That's true. That's true. But
I
there's
also heard that JD Vance is investigating the blue states on Medicaid fraud or something like that.
oh Lord.
I I was like, why? Like they're just doing everything that they can to decimate the blue states. They're just doing like everything to make
Yeah,
them.
there's like I said, there's no low. There's no low that they won't steep to. And that's the problem with the Republican Party right now. I mean, first off, they're backing President Trump, a 34 count convicted felon who is obviously working to cover up the biggest scandal, crime, whatever you want to call it, in American history. And not only is he working to cover it up, there are thousands, I mean, there's plenty of photos of him with this man. His name is in the Epstein files probably as many times or more than
You mean
Epstein himself.
EM? You mean EM?
EM.
Elon Musk.
What about Elon Musk?
Were you talking about him?
Oh no, I'm
Being
talking.
Epstein files?
No, I'm talking about President Trump.
Oh, because Elon Musk is in the Epstein files multiple times.
Yeah, he is. His emails were terrible. He was emailing Epstein straight up, asking him about when they gonna party again on the island.
Wow.
Epstein said, "I'm gonna send the helicopter or something to come and get you." I'm like, "Oh yeah,
I
it's bad."
I heard Elon Musk was begging to go on the island because
Yeah,
Epstein was not going to let him on that island.
I can see that for Elon.
yeah. Well, you
He,
know, Elon gets down. He got more kids than Nick Cannon and
right.
more baby mamas too.
Yeah,
Yeah. These people are
trash.
just exactly. That's exactly what they are. Trash. Trash individuals.
Elon got baby mamas after getting sued by baby mamas, and he says he wants to populate the world, and it to me is just trailer trash, rich trailer trash.
You know what? I hope one of his sons or one of his children marry a black person.
Well, I mean, I think one of his son, I can't remember which, one of his, I think it's one of his oldest kids with his ex-wife is transgender and has completely come out against him, saying that he's just a bad person, which I believe because
Mm.
his ex-wife, I read a little bit about like when she wrote like an op-ed, and I read a little bit about how he treated her, and he just came in one day and just told her this relationship, you basically like this relationship does not calculate or something, like he just spoke to her like it was a business deal, like this is no longer we can't do business anymore or something like that. And
It's
It's
not
no,
no longer a net profit. I'm not.
yeah,
I'm
yeah,
it's
not
no
getting
longer
anything out of
viable.
this anymore. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
I
no
mean
longer viable for him,
he
so he got to bounce.
yeah, he basically said that, and like I think he was even it was rumored that he was setting up women with his, like they were fertilizing women's eggs, and so they could use them for later, like because he wanted to he felt like his DNA was just so great that it needed to be populated all over, and the world needs him. He's a piece of poo. I'm sorry. He really is. But
I think to become a millionaire, you have to be a piece of shit.
to become a billionaire,
I mean, a billionaire. Yeah.
yes, you absolutely have to be. I understand being ruthless because sometimes you have to be kind of relentless and ruthless. I do not. Sometimes you may have to undercut some people, but you can. There's ways that I don't think that you need to do it in such harsh ways. You can pay people. You can pay people properly. You don't have to just be a bad person, and it does take a certain type of mind. Like, but I do feel like it takes, for the modern billionaire, it takes a certain type of psychopath and certain type of psychology to just, I don't care about anybody else but just getting to where I am, because like really a billions, like you have billions, you want to be the world's richest man, you just want the luxury of saying I'm the world's richest man, I'll be the first trillionaire. And when you hear him talk, it's like the drugs have fried his brain.
Yeah.
I mean, you hear him, how, I just don't understand. I don't understand. I mean, I understand wanting to be rich and comfortable, but I don't understand like the need to just be be a savage to all of your employees and then expect faithfulness.
I think it's about power. When they get to that level, because it's thousands of billionaires and tens of millions of millionaires out there. Like, and most of them aren't like just super evil people, But when you're talking about the ones that are worth, once you start hitting those double digit billions, a lot of them control um, a lot of things, and See, for like Elon, for example, the reason why he's so rich isn't just because just to be rich, just to be rich. It's because he has to maintain the majority of shares of all of his companies in order to, because they're all public, right? For him to be able to own them. And because it's public and anybody can buy them and people speculate, it pushes the prices up of the stock. And because he got the majority of stock, it pushes his shit through the damn roof. That's what happens to all of them dudes. Well, not Tim Cook, but Zuckerberg at Apple and the Sergey dude with Google and all of them. I mean, Zuckerberg with Facebook is what I'm saying. But anyway, that's what really pushes them over the top. The money is cool. They like it, like you said, the lifestyle they can live, everything. But it's about what they control. The market that Zuckerberg has, he's got the biggest online platform on the planet Earth. 3 billion people are on Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp. Like this is important to the government because he got a personal back door to everybody who's logged into this stuff. Like this is why these people are important because they realize that they have a control over millions, or I'm sorry, billions of people. With this AI, like what's the boy's name on Amazon? I forget his name. Bezos. His
Bezos.
yeah, his web series AWS, his
It's
cloud
everywhere.
it's bigger than people just think that they buying, what I'm saying, shoes off of Amazon. Yeah, that's cute to him now because what he's really got is all of the tech companies, most major corporations, the United States military is running off of his tech, his cloud system. You know,
AWS is absolute. I
Amazon
didn't realize how
workstation.
huh?
Amazon
it's huge.
workstation.
Yeah, Amazon
Oh,
Workspace. I didn't
yeah,
realize how powerful it was and how wide expanding it was until like my job. We use AWS and until one day like they said it was down. I'm like, okay, no big deal. I work from home, so I'll go pay some bills. I'll go do something. All of the all of the places that I need to pay bills at or
Was
go on
down. Yep.
down, down,
Yep.
down, down. And
yeah,
that's a monopoly. That is an
That
absolute monopoly.
definitely.
And
yeah. Well,
go
they,
ahead.
I'm sorry.
I
They
couldn't
learned.
help. I'm sorry. I couldn't help but saw a picture of people praying over Trump or something like that, and I'm like, God is probably cursing him right now, as they right like those pictures right there.
Yeah.
I bet
Yeah.
God is cursing him.
I
That
mean,
yeah, that Paula White is something else. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
well, the fact that these people would degrade and lower themselves to the point to where they are physically in a position of worshiping him and praising him like he is some type of god. th- it's it's unfathomable. How could these people come back from this? Like, I could never take you serious again in life. Why?
Homelander, aka Trump. He's there's people who's there was a pastor who went on Fox News and said that that he knows that he thinks that he knows the Bible better than the Pope.
Mm,
That Trump
mm, mm.
does.
Right. This is definitely Homelander and the boys in real life. So,
And it's when I hear Paula White, I used to like Paula White back in the day. I liked yeah like because she I mean she came off as genuine at the time. This was like 17 almost 20 years ago. But to hear her fawn over him and how they just they the way that they prayed over him, and he has his head, he can't even barely bow his head, but he's already hunched over, but he can barely bow his head. He ain't even like has have his hands up in reverence. He's not even making the prayer sign. He won't recite one. He can't even recite John 3:16, like which is like one of the most widely known Bible verses, like the easy ones. He just like, oh, I got a lot of verses. It's too
He
personal.
didn't even put his hand on the Bible when they swore him in.
Nope. I mean, he doesn't. He think. He's somebody who thinks that people who worship God are stupid.
And we.
Here's the thing. Like, I stopped watching Paula Deen after she made those racial slurs back, those allegations that were made back then in 2013. I was like, you know, I was done with Paula Deen.
No, I meant Paula. I was talking about Paula White. She's his
Oh, that's
spiritual advisor. She's a
oh,
televangelist.
wrong person.
Yeah, but Paula Dean is horrible too.
They are
But
horrible. All the pastors. I used to like Joel Osteen.
I often say any of the Paulas, you can just dismiss all of them.
I
Yeah.
knew Joel Osteen was fake. He just seemed like a fake person to me.
he reminds me. Jim Carrey used to do a character on In Living Color where he did a TV pastor. He Joel Osteen reminds me so much of that character that Jim Carrey did, and it's just like they just sold their souls, and it's kind of like it's almost like they're like I'm serious. You guys gotta watch The Boys, um,
No, seriously, y'all do.
because
Cause they're
I'm gonna start watching them. I saw the advertisement to come on, but I didn't think I would be interested in it.
it's a
You
wild,
gotta be
wild.
careful. Yeah, I said what I said. It's very graphic, sexually and violently.
yeah.
Yes, it's very graphic. However, this last season is very you would
It's
almost
like
think that
they
they're writing it from.
predicting. Yeah.
Yes, it's like
They either
like
predicting it or doing it week by week as all the stuff is
yes.
unfolding.
I mean,
So
or they can just predict like, hey, you know what? This is what. But maybe they understand human behavior so well, or they've talked
or
this
maybe they read Project 2025.
true that. And listen, I did not know Kevin Foster went to school and did his doctorates in Black history. The author of Project 2025.
See, I'm telling you, they would study you. And I mean, they play the long game when it comes to this type of stuff. And that's
To
the one
us.
thing. Yeah.
Oh,
They've been planning this for years.
It reminds me of that one guy. He's president over at the Heritage Foundation. I heard that he got a degree in African American studies.
That's what I'm talking about. Kevin
Yeah.
Foster.
The Foster or Leonard Leo?
No, Kevin. I'm pretty sure it's Kevin Foster. I'm sorry, Kevin Roberts. Kevin Roberts.
Yeah,
Kevin Roberts.
Well, that's, I
yeah, he
mean,
was the one. He he used our experience, our struggles, and history to create Project 2025, and to me, that is very sickening for our person to do that. Because why would you hurt the very people that want to have the same opportunity as everyone else, want to live their lives as anyone else, and you want to take that away from them?
well, see, blacks started getting too arrogant in their eyes. They like, okay, look, y'all, there's no such thing as black privilege, okay? So stop trying to use it. It's not a thing. Y'all need to make sure that y'all stay oppressed minded. And you had a lot of black people that started feeling like they was, you know, Diddy. He
Feeling free.
started feeling like, yeah. And when you start going against the grain or you start becoming a threat to their position, I think even they were also saying that the blacks and the Latinos are reproducing at a much higher rate than whites.
That's the
And
main problem right there.
right,
We're gonna outpopulate them. So really, that's what kind of head speared all of this. That's what got their attention because the white women are not having babies. They're not having enough kids for them,
they
and that's why
aborting
they
them.
implemented. Yeah, that's why they ramped up the abortion bill. so that you can't
Yeah,
get an abortion so that the white women can produce kids. And all it did was just made white women divorce their husbands and not have sex at all with them. So that kind of backfired for them also because it ain't that,
that's
it
why they
still
all
ain't
having
that many
sex with each
kids.
other now.
Yeah, and because it still ain't that many kids being born.
Well, men can't have babies, so I don't, the way that they've been practicing, you know, I don't know if it's going to lead to them having a larger population when grinder goes down when they are in town. And it also with all this other stuff, I don't understand how you could be black and vote Republican.
Yeah, that's the killer
Some
part.
black people don't understand why black people still vote Democrat. So
Well, well, it's the propaganda that they've been pushing because the Republicans make their constituents feel like they're about freedom, they're about God, they're about
Right, family
capitalism,
values.
family
And
values.
capitalism is the reason why we in this situation because
Yes.
now they just want so much money that they trying to squeeze as much money out of the American people that, they don't mind going out elsewhere, not providing Americans any jobs, but trying to get cheap labor elsewhere and then charging you top dollar to pay for it. They don't
but
give a damn
here's the
about
thing.
Americans.
I don't know why black people are voting Republican because it's not benefiting you. Your rights are being taken away. You're losing your jobs, and uh, if you ever get hired for a job has a right to discriminate against you. So I don't
And
understand
they
why.
don't like you. They don't even like black people.
Let's
It's
just
Yeah,
start
so
from
outrage
I don't.
there.
us.
So I don't understand why you're loyal to be a Republican. I don't understand that.
Because I think a lot of black people think their proximity to whiteness affords them something, I guess, some benefit, some type of privilege, maybe. I don't know. Maybe they just get to
Uh,
see themselves as better than other black people. I don't know.
okay, so my I'm poor, but my family they have a little money, so I have been around some of these conservative, wealthier black people, and when we sat down and had like debates, friendly debates and whatnot, they'll say they don't like paying high taxes because of their money, but a lot of them have turned away from it now because I mean they mainly do it for fiscal reasons, for financial reasons. They don't want to pay taxes, and they feel like the Republican Party is going to help the wealthy.
Hmm.
And now that they're seeing that their money is being spent, still being spent frivolously to, when you look at like Pete Hegseth, the defense budget where they spent on lobster and crab and
Hmm.
I forgot what else, soup, just dumb stuff, or being sued for 10 billion and then buying private jets and stuff. When you see that your money is being sent there, a lot of them are turning away from it. I think they're not necessarily Democrats from what they tell me, but they like independent. Um, but a lot of these people they vote because they mainly vote Republican because of financial reasons.
Hmm.
Because they don't want to pay taxes, but now that they realize, oh, you're gonna screw me either way. But maybe with the Democrats I have a little more, and maybe
Well,
they'll listen a little bit. But I,
they may not pay income tax, but they're gonna pay a damn gas tax. They may
but
get
I will at least say this: people are more critical who are members of the Democratic Party are more critical of their own party. Um, so it's not like if you're a Democrat, have to follow a certain ideology like
Right.
Republicans. Like I feel like Republicans is pretty much MAGA right now. Um,
Like Lindsey Graham said, it's DT's party.
yeah, yeah,
Mhm.
and you still get a spectrum. I mean, there's still different types of Democrats. So
And the
I
kicker part is they don't even like him. They don't. None of the Republicans that vote his way or do what he say, they don't even like him. They go in the back rooms and talk about him too, and they want to get rid of him as much as everybody else do.
I don't understand why they so scared to like
Because
just
he allegedly acts like the mob. He'll send threats your way. You see Marjorie Taylor Greene
fuck a threat.
had to flew go to Costa Rica. She moved all the way out of the country.
Marjorie Taylor Greene,
it's
whatever her
full of
name
shit.
is, she did some shuffling around of some stocks and whatnot allegedly, and before she like ended her, and she waited until she got fully her retirement was like fully vested or something. So that's when she like ended her career and said, "Okay, well, I'm gonna blow it all up." And no, it's all about Epstein. Epstein, these are I feel bad for these young women or when these young women were girls. So although she's trying to be an ally to the victims, I don't bit more believe her. So she waited until her financial interests were protected. Because if you really believe in like getting this man out of office and seeing him prosecuted, or seeing him at least arrested again or impeached, you would do it right now. But all of them have like financial reasons why they're not doing it. But if he gonna say a bad tweet, like post a bad tweet about me and call me stupid, I don't care, cause I'll call
Well,
you.
but he's unseated a lot of people that go against him though, because one thing that he does have, and that's his base, and his base is 27% of the Republican Party, which is damn near half.
One thing that the Democrats need to work on is like playing dirty, fighting dirty. That's one thing I wish like that. I
Well, I
wish.
think it's not necessarily the fighting dirty part. It's standing on business,
All right.
having conviction, meaning what the fuck you say, and I feel like a lot of these Democrats really don't have any values. They try to do some type of temperature check to see, how the people are feeling. No, we want people who are genuinely upset about what Trump is doing and willing to do whatever it takes to make sure that he is held to account.
Mic
Him and
drop.
the entire administration.
Mic drop. I think we should be able to end the show on that note.
Okay. All right.
But
Well,
HT Baldy say, remember when that judge house blew up, and he's absolutely right. But Trump do act like the allegedly. It's been said that he acts like the mob. He threatens you. Things happen. Look how many people done came unalive in his that's riding for
Yeah.
him and that's in his administration. So people have been coming up. If not MIA, uh,
unalived.
yeah, they on the live MIA.
Or
They
missing.
beat
Yeah.
up, and he caused havoc on them. So that's one of the reasons why the Republican Party won't stand up to him. But they all have to understand, just like Minion was saying that we all and Deontay saying we need to come together as a community. If they all came together, he's only one person. If they all came together and go against him, there's nothing that he can do about it. And that's the part they don't even understand their own power. But it's been a great show. We do appreciate Betterment for coming up on the stage, Vic to the Veil, and Deontay. We definitely appreciate you guys coming up here and
Thank
sharing
you.
your opinion and your view and doing the show with us. It was a treat tonight. It's been a great
Definitely.
conversation. Huh?
I said definitely.
Yeah.
Appreciate you guys. Everybody have a good night.
Okay. Did you have any final words?
Um, Chud the Builder. I'm glad he's locked up. DJT, he is just one man. He could barely stand up on them 2 legs and them swollen ankles. So like, y'all do 25th Amendment at this point. Like, go in for it. Stop letting Mike Johnson shut things down.
I prefer impeachment, but I'm gonna go back on mute.
I prefer impeachment, yeah, but I mean, but it's either or. I mean,
Because
whatever.
the 25th Amendment don't remove him.
Well, I mean,
It just pushes him aside, but he's still the president. So if you impeach him, he gone.
here's another thing too. JD Vance is right there too, which is he's another evil character. We didn't even get a chance to talk about him, but maybe on another day. But that's it. I mean, I always pray and I hope and I have fantasies about like us starting our own like strong communities and building up something together because I think that just like our predecessors did, our ancestors did, we can build up our own and we don't necessarily need um, other countries to do so. We can do it from the mud. We just can't let them divide us anymore. We have to really stop letting them divide us and we come together and believe in each other. And on that note, thank y'all for letting me come up. I appreciate y'all letting me voice my loud opinions and everybody have a good night.
You too,
Oh,
Vicky.
you
You have a
too.
great night too, and thank
Thanks.
you.
I want to say a last word. Thank you guys for having me up. I appreciate it. It's nice seeing you guys again. Just to comment on a topic, there is going to be a blue wave, and I hope the Republicans are ready for it because they're going to be kicked out of their seats because we're tired of them. They're not following the law and order of the Constitution, so they have to go. And I agree with the young man that's on the Senate, and I think it's either Louisiana or I think he's from Louisiana. And I agree um, they're going to get put out of office because of their negligence. So I hope the blue wave makes a comeback, and I hope when Democrats do take over the office, the House and the Senate, hopefully we can get back in law and order and things can go back to normal. Not everything is going to be back to normal the way it should, but things are going to be much better. I can tell you that. But thank you guys for having me. I appreciate it.
We appreciate you for being here, Betterment, and yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and I said what I said. I just want to thank you for inviting me over. I had caught a couple of lives before, like I was telling you, but I'm glad I got to come up today and chop it up with y'all. Minion, you as well, man. It was a good show, and I don't really have the last word for anything we said because I said what I said. You already know I turned into a whole thing, so I just want to say good night. I'll
Well,
catch y'all next.
it's all good, Deontay.
We definitely appreciate it, and you're welcome anytime.
Yeah, and thank you for showing. Yeah, thank you for coming up on the panel. We appreciate it.
Oh no, no problem.
Yeah, and I guess what I would say is with Chud the Builder, I almost forgot we talked about him. Yeah.
Hmm.
It's just pretty much it's very simple. You play stupid games, you win stupid prizes.
Hmm.
You
Exactly.
FO'd, and the people who are trying to back this racist behavior, this is what happens. So now you have a blueprint of what to expect if you decide to engage in the same behavior. It's not going to work out well for you. So I would suggest don't even try it. Don't think that you're going to get further than he is. It's not going to happen. Let it go.
Yeah,
Um,
I say take heed to it.
take heed.
Yeah,
Learn the lesson that
learn the
he didn't
lesson.
get to learn before it happened to him.
All right.
Okay. And yeah, this is we're experiencing a down spiral of the Republican Party, yes, but they are doing whatever it takes to try to cheat their ways into keeping power. So
Basically,
we're gonna have to be watching them very
by any
closely.
means necessary, baby. You got to look around every corner to figure out what they're trying
Okay.
to do. You got to stay alert and stay woke. I know they
And
don't want you
stay
woke,
woke.
but baby, you better
Stay
stay
woke.
woke. Stay woke, baby.
Okay.
And we put our channels in the chat. We also put DJ Torch's channel in the chat. So if you guys haven't subscribed to him, he has a great channel, and he does commentary also about red pill guys and and politics. So subscribe to DJ Torch also, and we have Von the Madam. I need to put her channel in here too. That was in the chat, and so you guys can subscribe to Von the Madam. She just talk about everyday things also.
Yes, y'all make sure y'all subscribe to the channels, hit the like button. Of course, as you guys can see, YouTube isn't very favorable to my new, uh, I guess maybe it's a far left approach into commentary where I go against MAGA and not everybody. I'm not playing the clean, polite politics, so looks like it's impacted the views. So I want you guys to share the videos if you guys can. Make sure that you're hitting the like button, all that good stuff.
Hype,
And
hype the video up.
yeah, hype the video up. In any kind of ways you guys want to support the channel, you're more than welcome to do so. Uh, and yeah, we're gonna keep talking the same way. Nothing's gonna change, of course. I'm not gonna change the way I do my commentary. I don't need YouTube, but I do think that it's important for us to get the word out. So I think it is an important platform. Um, so we just need you guys to help us make sure that we can push the message forward to the other people. And we are going to be looking at ways that we can make an impact outside of just doing these videos because our time is up, guys. The torch is in our hand. It's we need to just take the torch at this point and move what our the people before us have died, bled, shed tears, um, and was
Went to
mistreated for,
jail.
went to jail for. We need to go ahead and move the movement forward because obviously since there haven't been any traction, we've gotten comfortable and we've gotten to a place where they've been able to even remove some of the progress that was made for,
All right.
in yeah.
And they tried to hold us back, and we were, they've done everything they can to get us out there in the streets. So now now they calling us out because they've done so much to try to get us out there. So now we're gonna have to get out there.
Yep.
Unfortunately,
They done woke up the beast, y'all.
right.
So the beast was trying to stay asleep, but we gotta get our asses up and get our asses outside.
We
So
tend to tell our black business and get to our black business.
that's right. All right. Well, we appreciate everybody who's here, who stayed this long, or who's just coming in. Um, Make sure that you subscribe to the channel, and we will see y'all on the next. Well, before we go, do you have any last final words? I said what I said.
Well, I kind of helped everybody else out on their final words, and they had the same sentiments that I have. But let's get ready, guys. Let's get ready. Roll up our sleeves and
That's
do
right.
whatever we can to try to help ourselves. Because guess what? Nobody ain't gonna come save us. We're gonna have to save ourselves because nobody is gonna come and be our hero. We're gonna have to be our own hero. We're gonna have to do what we can. But we definitely gonna have to get our rights back. I hate, we've been having rights for at least 50 years, and now all of a sudden we got to fight all over again, the same fight, So
Just to get where we was
yeah,
50
just to
years
get back
ago.
to where we were.
And that's the crazy part. And that's the same thing. I mean, it's the same thing with this war. Not to keep it going, but guys, it's the same thing with this war. We
Right.
already had a deal. We already had the Strait of Hormuz open. Now we are having to spend billions of dollars, put thousands of people's lives on the line just so we can go back to what we
Mhm.
already had and hope that it's at least the same as what we already had.
And it's not gonna be. I can tell you that right now.
So if you guys thought that the businessman Donald Trump was gonna be good for America, we are moving backwards, literally.
Alice says 60 years. They took us back 60 years. Not 50, but 60.
We've moved backwards, guys, as a whole, as a country. So, all right, on that note, guys, we will see y'all on the next video. Y'all have a great night.
Good night, everybody, and thank you for joining us.
Yeah, you know what time it is. No scripts, no filters, no fear. We said what we said and meant that. Off the record. Off the record. Yeah, we keep it real. No filter shit, we say what we feel. Politics, stories, truth on display. Come on. We talk that talk in our own way. Off the record. Minion the guy, let's go. Foxy 2 Roxy 3, she go hard.
I swear on everything that is exactly what he said right here in the studio.
That is the funniest thing I have heard all week.
So hard. Busy with the facts she never miss. Nah. I said what I said, that's the twist. Off the record, yeah. Come and catch the vibe. Where real ones talk and the truth survive. Late night truth, we don't just speak. We pull the roots from what they keep. From pain to progress, we light the flame. No spin, no script, we call it by name. Minion bring the vision, Foxy bring the flame. Lizzie drop a cease, it'll never be the same. I said what I said, say it loud, no shame. We taking truth global, remember the name. No apologies, no disguise. Just soul and purpose.